Tanks report in.
Red 10 standing by.
Red 7 standing by.
Red 3 standing by.
Red 6 standing by.
Red 9 standing by.
Red 2 standing by.
Red 11 standing by.
Red 5 standing by.
Live from the biggest little city in the world, this is the Rational Mail. Grab some snacks. Yes, you're right, my friend. Settle in. Today's going to be a very comprehensive episode. No, I'm not in the new studio yet, but the moment this show is over, I move into the new studio. Red One Studios. Coming up. Today we're going to talk about, is the red pill right about marriage? I would say so.
Pandemic is soft men in this country. There are so many women out there who are successful who can't find anybody out there because successful men want the 25-year-olds who just want to be on Instagram and post their purses and their yachts and this and that. We have a scarcity of real men, and I don't know how we change that.
We start spanking kids again. We start holding people accountable. We start letting people lose, taking away the first place trophies from everybody on the team. We go back to the old traditional values where you raised a man.
30 women between the ages of 25 and 44.
It is going to be over half
of women of marriageable age will be single for the rest of their lives. In fact, they are so certain of this that they did this research on Morgan Stanley so their investors would know what to invest in. So invest in box wine, right? And invest in cat toys, invest in
it's not a joke, guys, when we say this.
In ovum freezing.
Oh man, I hate being right all the time. I really do. Especially when it's stuff like that. I hate being right all the time. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I have actually done, 2 essays on Rollo Jones. I think I actually did a full episode, maybe half of an episode on poor Rollo. Now she's freezing her eggs at 40. You know who's not freezing his eggs? Tim Tebow. He was also in that essay that I wrote back at, when was that? Back in, 10 years ago. 10 years ago, 2012. That's when I was writing about that. And then I think I did a show with Pat Campbell, God rest his immortal soul. We talked about Rollo Jones then. And every now and again, she shows her face in the Sphere, which I think is kind of ironic because there's that really kind of heartfelt, tear jerker of an Instagram reel. I guess it's TikTok too. Maybe TikTok. It's like, what is it? What is Dr. Gad Saad calls it? I think it's like internet or collective Munchausen syndrome, social media Munchausen syndrome, or it's Schadenfreude, right? It's feeling good about the misfortune of other people, and I am not in the market. I'm not a broker in those kinds of things. I try not to be, but it's going to be a little difficult for me not to be a little bit critical today. The reason why I put our good friend Tomi Lahren, who by the way deserves her own episode, and I will be doing that. I wanted to check with Brad Lea. He's the guy, Brad Lea. I hope I'm saying this right. Lea. He's the guy who was in the very first part there. Actually, you want me to put that up again?
The pandemic is soft men in this country. There are so many women out there who are successful who can't find anybody out there because successful men want the 25-year-olds who just want to be on Instagram and post their purses and their yachts and this and that. We have a scarcity of real men, and I don't know how we change that.
And that's Brad Lea, who's the guy in that video. She's back. She's got her own show. She's out of Nashville. I'm actually surprised she's not working with PragerU or Daily Wire yet, but give it some time. I'm sure that deal, that licensure is probably in the works, right? Yes, that is Tomi Lahren, my good friend Lamb. That is Tomi, our good friend Tomi. I have not talked about her since August of 2020. Dodge that bullet. Man. I think what's interesting now is when she came out with that one video it was a viral video that I did the breakdown of during the height of the pandemic, right? It was in August of 2020. And that was her primary concern back then, was finding a man, because I think she was between boyfriends, or she was very upset that she could not find an appropriate marriageable candidate, right? She couldn't find a eligible bachelor to wife her up. And now she's 30 years old, because that was 2 years ago, right? So now, because she's 28 then. Yeah. So she's 30 years old. I think she's moving on 31 right now. Somebody will check that for me, I'm sure. However, she's has a common complaint. The common complaint is that professional women such as herself, and vivacious, lovely, wonderful women who have taken care of their career and have taken care of their education and make their own damn money. They're boss babes. Sorry, I can't say the other word just yet, because we need to be 30 minutes into the show. It is now 666 viewers. Oh, dropped one. Come on, get it back up. Okay. Anyways, Real Femme Sapien, good for you. I am so glad that you are in. I'm so glad that Soralita, you have to roll your R's. Tom Brady is probably now available, no doubt. Yeah. Exactly. And thank you for bringing that up, my good friend, whose name I cannot pronounce. They are the men that they wanted to marry, primarily. And this is where I kind of need to start the show today, because let's see, because hold on a second. Oh, Sam Bot has hit me up. My bad. Let me kick Sam. Sorry, Sam. I got to rearrange things a little bit. I am still a one-man show for now. Yeah. Now that I got you all in rapt attention here, we'll get back to our regularly scheduled show in just one moment, but I do have to make announcements first, so I apologize. I usually try to do them at the top of the first hour. However, I got some big news. I will be moving into, this is the last time you're going to see me in the studio, this beautiful one here. Don't worry, I'll hang the guitar in the other one, see if I can get my devil horns in the next one. Oh, by the way, I think maybe I might do just an impromptu Q&A at the end of this show, just so people can just sort of ask me whatever you want to ask the professor, right? I haven't done a Q&A in a very long time, but I do actually have a very structured show coming up here. Oh, and thank you very much. Got to put that up to the top of the list here, and let's go with that. Thank you, PP. Yes. Yeah. Well, it's yeah. I'll tell you what's funny is I don't know the guy's name. This brother who's out there, he's doing a show that's very similar to, I think it's a Red Pill show. I can't remember the black dude. I can't remember his name, but he's got like the same background. Everybody's doing the acoustic backgrounds, which I'll probably keep in the new studio. However, I got a new play on it. So you guys are I can't, I think I might even do some like behind the scenes, Instagram, like reels or something, I don't know, stories or something about moving into the new studio. The new studio, there are actually two right now. The first one is here in Reno, Nevada, which is where I'm at. I'm moving my own personal studio into a new studio this week. And then also, the big announcement is, let's see, the big announcement. That's not good enough. I need something grander than that. The big announcement is that myself and Mike Sartain are now officially doing a panel show, a live in-studio panel show down in Las Vegas. We are going to be doing it, let's see, probably every other week to start. The pilot show, the very first show, mark your calendars here, children. The very first show will be October 7th. And it will be down in Sticky Paws podcast studio where I was, and we did that. I simulcast it to my studio or my channel, and as well as Mike's. People were asking me, did I get the first one? Did I get the first live stream booted? No, I didn't. I originally took it off because I wanted to drive traffic over to Mike Sartain's channel, because I'm trying to help him sort of scale up his channel a little bit. While we're putting this new project together. If you know anything about Mike Sartain, he is very well connected in the Las Vegas, say nightlife event event planning, I guess. Promotional stuff. He's very well connected in the sense that he has a lot of girls in his roster. And so the first show will be myself and Mike. And then we've got 4 girls that are coming in, and we're going to have just a sit down. I don't want to call it, I kind of hate to call it like a talk show, because it's not really a talk show. And no, it's not anything like Fresh and Fit, just so you guys know. I think it's going to be a little bit more focused. We're going to have some of the most beautiful women in Vegas for sure. But also we're looking for a particular type of woman who is still very, at least can come up, can carry a conversation. She's the girl that you guys all say, well, I don't want to get with an 18-year-old. She couldn't carry on a conversation. Okay, fine. We're going to find women who can, who are also smoking hot. So that is coming up on October 7th. I believe we'll be doing it at about 10 p.m. Eastern time. So that's going to be in the works. The title of the show, the name of the show is going to be Access Vegas. So watch out for that. We'll be doing those probably every other week to sort of get things, get the schedule worked out. And then at some point we may turn it over into a dedicated YouTube channel. For now, you'll be able to see it here on my channel, and you'll be able to see it on Mike's channel as well. So we're going to do what we did 2 Fridays ago. And I'm going to simulcast to this show. So there will be a live chat. It'll be live engagement. You guys can do super chats. You guys can ask questions of all of us on the panel. And then it's also going to be recorded to Mike Sartain's show. And I'm just going to, I think for the time being, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to dedicate a new channel to it just yet, but I am going to have a new section on the Rational Male so that you can get Access Vegas. And then as it scales up, we'll probably end up, probably the next year, probably in 2023, we'll scale it up to a full channel. So we're going to see how that works out. We've already got 2 shows already in the can right now, or so to speak, that are scheduled. We have, like I said, we have the one in October 7th, and then we've got another one coming up. I believe it's October 21st. So those are going to be the first 2 shows. And yes, girls who make sense, King. Yes. Kang? Yes. Yeah. Well, how about this? Women who can carry a conversation. The goal isn't to Frank Castle anybody. We're not doing, it's no castling. In fact, that's why I don't want there to be any kind of heat between, this show and Fresh and Fit. In fact, we're only doing it every other week. So there is that. We'll see how it works. And we did sort of a proof of concept of it last Friday, or the 2 Fridays ago, I should say. And it seemed to work out very well. And so it is scheduled, however, whatever country you happen to be in. That said, I have some other things. Don't I have any other announcements? I think that's about it. All right. Let me throw this up real quick.
It is going to be over half
of women of marriageable age will be single for the rest of their lives. In fact, they are so certain of this that they did this research on Morgan Stanley, so their investors would know what to invest in. So invest in box wine, right? And invest in cat toys. Invest in
it's not a joke, guys, when we say this.
In ovum freezing. And
Earl Tomasi don't get no hoes, man. The reason I threw that one in there is because that's kind of our launch off point today. I'm going to introduce some guys here, not in the studio, but we're going to be doing a little bit of a breakdown video, like for half of today's show. We'll do a breakdown because I want to address a few things about the red pill and marriage. That is one of the things that I get run up the flagpole for quite often. And something that I have over and over and over attempted to sort of put an end to that conversation. I have done shows. I've been on Fresh and Fit. I have explained this. I have tried to make it as bonehead 8th grade simple as I can possibly make it for people. I think I did it on Jedediah's show too. So when people come at me and they say, well, Rollo, you're married. You're a blue pill. You're a chump. Only a chump would get married. Only a simp. Only a chump. Man, don't you know that it must be cheaper to keep her? You've been married for what, 26 years? I got that, by the way. Excuse me. When I had my 25th wedding anniversary, which is July 20th. Thank you very much. And that was last year. This year is 26. So I put out one tweet I should probably go dig it up, but I didn't have it prepped for that. God damn it. Now I hate when I think of things in the show that I probably should have put in, but I can go find it. It's a tweet from, well, July 20th, 2021. And all I put on there was today I was married 25 years ago today. I got married. That's all I put. Just that's something simple, bonehead simple like that. And I knew what was going to happen. That was a very high engagement tweet for me, by the way. If I go and you look at the analytics of it, it's just crazy. And the reason that it's crazy is because everybody's either too happy or they're too pissed off. And so, I would say probably a good 80% of the responses of the retweets or the replies to that were, Rollo, hey, congratulations. You made it work. Good for you. Yeah. See, even just like this, just like Fem, just like Allie here. Yeah, must have been great. Hearts 100. Yeah. Yeah. That was about 80% of those. And then there's the ones like, oh man, she must really have you wrapped around your finger, her finger. Oh yeah. Have you seen his wife? Right. Of course, nobody has really. I mean, unless you go and you look at the guys who've been doxing me for, I don't know, the last almost 4 years right now. My wife is very thin. She's shapely. She still looks very good, considering that we are both in our 50s right now. Thank you very much. And we both stay in shape for each other. We have a very good marriage. We have a daughter that is now 24 and almost 24 and a half, who, graduated magna cum laude and has a master's degree and is going to be getting married pretty soon. She and her boyfriend are affianced, let's just say, or it's getting pretty close to it. So I have to, in some way, address the topic of marriage when I go on shows like, Adam Sosnick and dealing with Ruslan when I'm on there. Now, I'm going to get into that a little bit today. I don't want to dwell on that. But the reason why I'm showing you our good friend Tomi Lahren, because, well, first of all, to warm up for another show that I want to do. But she's expressing a frustration, a very common frustration that I get all the time. I'm trying to think the last time I got this. I think it might have been in Scottsdale. When I was in Scottsdale with Robert Kiyosaki, and I was sort of rubbing elbows with some of the women that are part of his organization. And I get the common story. And this is pretty much, Tomi Lahren says it in kind of an annoying voice, but it's the same gripe, let's just say. It's the same frustration. I'm trying to be nice. This is the kinder, gentler Rollo Tomasi today, right? It's the last time I'm in this shit. That's sentimental reasons. But the frustration is Rollo, how do I find a man? I am, in some cases they're young. Some cases they might be 24 to 28, somewhere around there. Or they may be in the 33 demographic, 33, 34 demographic. So, 10-year stretch right there. And they'll tell me this. They'll say, Rollo, I did everything right. I did everything by the book. I did everything that society ever told me to do. I went to school. I got a bachelor's degree. Then I got a master's degree. Then I started hanging out in Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Then I got my real estate business going. Then I got my white label nutrition, supplements going, whatever it is. I'm an entrepreneur, right? I'm a fast-paced young lady who's trying to make her way in this world, and I'm a strong, independent woman. And it seems to me that the vast majority of men are threatened by my achievements and my success and my careerism. That's a word, careerism. And I just can't find the right guy. Now, the last time I addressed this was almost a year ago when I did the show, the breakdown show, where Steve Harvey's show, where Steve Harvey was presented with pretty much the same thing. These women with the same complaint that Tomi Lahren just had, right? Which is, where are the good guys? Now that I'm 30, now that I'm ready, clock's a ticking, man. Where's my Prince Charming? Where's my baseball player in her case? Yeah. Because only athletes and celebrities will really do for athletes and celebrities, right? Treat her like a celebrity and she will treat you like a fan. I'll tell you what, I went and I looked at, just a side note here. I went and I looked at Tomi Lahren's Instagram page. Oh, also, and go ahead and have a look at Lolo Jones's Instagram. She's definitely certifies you. She's not hard to find. And then tell me if these women See if you can figure this out for me, children. See if you can like connect the dots like Uncle Rollo does here. When you look at their Instagram and you look at their pages and you look, I mean, granted, they're still celebrities, maybe not B-listers, but not A-listers, like A-minus listers or B-plus listers, let's just say. And when you have a look at those pages, you tell me why it is that they would be frustrated with their selection of men these days, and how their digital footprint is coming along courtesy of the photo gallery that they curate on Instagram. And I'll let you guys draw your own conclusions. All I do is point in the right direction, and you guys go over there and you can have your opinions all you want. I would never give you a prescription. However, when you go and you look at that, and when I hear those complaints from women, they're always looking for the guy who's the high value guy, because they all have been convinced since the time they were 5 years old, when they were watching Disney Pixar and whatever else, that that's what they are entitled to. And I think that, oh, am I? Yeah. Okay. Here's that attention you want. Why am I a fraud, asshat? Bring it up. Come on. Give it to me. It's a final show in the studio. Come on, man. Is it right? Okay. Why? Oh, well, let's stop the show for dickhead here. Anyways, when I'm talking to these women, of course, that my standard answer used to be this. Like when women would tell me, they would say, Rollo, where are all the good men? What happened to the good men? And I was a smart ass. I probably shouldn't have been as smart an ass. But my smart ass answer was, they're all in your 20s where you left them, which is still technically true, because those were the guys who had potential back then. They were the guys who were up and comers, right? They hadn't quite made the partner in the law firm. They hadn't quite become the doctor. They hadn't quite become the professional athlete or the rock star, whatever it is that makes them high value men, because it takes longer for men to mature and to be professionally proficient, to become competent as men, but competent in all the ways that women find attractive for the long term. Not just short-term sexual hot guy in the foam cannon party. We're talking long-term. And when we look at women's schedule, when they look at their life planning, we realize that between 18 and 28 is when women are at their peak agency and their sexual market value. Well, during that time, they've got to make a decision. They've got to find a guy with potential. The problem is, once they get to the epiphany phase, right around 29 to 31 years old, that's when you hear the same thing that just came out of Tomi Lahren's mouth. It's exactly the same thing. And so now I don't have a smart ass answer anymore, unless it seems like she's really a bitch. But my answer now is this, is that you have become, ladies, Lolo Jones, Tomi Lahren, whoever else, you have become the men that you want to marry. And again, I am echoing the words of Gloria Steinem once again, but it was true. She was future forecasting. Good old Aunt Gloria was future forecasting for you, ladies. And here you are now. So I did a lot of research for this show. I just want you guys to know that I'm trying to be as comprehensive as I possibly can with this one, because I don't want there to be any room for doubt, any room for wiggle room for anybody to talk crap about me. Sorry, I'm looking at the time. I just have to be accurate in all of this, because so many people are not. So many people are confidently ignorant. And again, last show I made the distinction between stupidity and ignorance. And I should also say that there's two kinds of ignorance. There's sort of the willful ignorance that's like deliberate, and then there's a kind where it's just like you just didn't know, or you didn't have the interest to find out, right? So it's not that you're stupid. It's just that you don't run in those circles. I'm ignorant about a lot of things when it comes to crypto, but I am educating myself. Hell, I'm still ignorant in a lot of things about music and playing guitar too, but I've been playing for damn near 45 years, something like that. Right. So you can always be this eternal student. Is it Tori? I think they're already married. It's the baseball dude. I don't know if they're have been married or they are, but boy, let me tell you, when you go and you look at that Instagram with Tomi on there with this guy, man, here's what you ought to do. Oh man. Oh, here's your homework, children. Wait. Here's your homework. Okay.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Here's your homework. I want you to go and read my essay, or you can go read it in the book. my essay on body language. I put body language, by the way, in the most recent one in book 5 in Player's Handbook. It's the same article or same essay that I put in. It's on my blog, therationalmale.com. Go look up body language, read through that, and then go to Tomi Lahren's Instagram and have a look at the guy. Okay, we're talking red lines, green lines, that kind of stuff. Go have a look at that. It's pretty funny. So when you look at it in that sort of like filter, you'll understand. The picture becomes way more clear. So as I was saying before, I need today to be accurate. I need today to be comprehensive, because we're going to talk about marriage. It is the number one most contentious thing between guys. So when men hit me up and we have this discussion, like the discussion about marriage from a red pill perspective, a red pill, not a black pill, not a MGTOW, not an MRA, a red pill perspective. When we're talking about that, there's nothing that's more contentious, I think, between guys and guys rather than guys and women. Because I have a much different conversation when I talk about marriage with like Jedediah, or I have a much different conversation about marriage when I'm talking to the girls who are part of sort of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, right? They want to know where their guy is. They honest to God believed in the narrative that told them that do these things, have a career, build yourself up, be independent. Be independent of what? Be independent of men. You get yours, girl. You go, girl. I make my own damn money. I don't need a man. I want a man. With you, if that's you, the reason why you are still sort of single and childless, as I was saying, as Morgan Stanley, Chris Williamson, Morgan Stanley was saying back in 2019, I think is when Rise of the She Economy. I've been quoting that article for quite some time right now. And to listen to Chris Williamson talk about the exact same, of course, he's just paraphrasing it. To have Chris Williamson essentially paraphrase me talking about Rise of the She Economy is just like, dude, why don't at least give me a reach around, bro? At least say my name. Give me a reach around, bro. I've been talking about that forever. I just showed you just a second ago. That was on Fresh and Fit from like almost a year ago, man. No. Oh, Rollo wants his props. No, I don't want my props, but what I do want is some freaking accuracy. That's what I want. You know what? When Chris Williamson talks shit about me on his show or whatever, I don't know if I want that Rollo guy on here. He came at Michaela, whatever. Yeah. And it seems like truthful anger. Well, yeah, it does until you start using the same data sets that I've been using forever with Sargon of Akkad. I don't know. Is he even calling himself that anymore? That was interesting. Anyways, getting back to the topic at hand, the rise of the she economy, that exists because of exactly what Tomi Lahren was saying. It exists exactly because of what every woman that comes back to me and says, where are the good guys? How do I get them? And so when I say something like that, I'm addressing this, try not to be a smart ass. I'm trying to be a little bit more helpful these days, me being the kinder, gentler guy. I will say this, you become the man that you wanted to marry. And then they'll say, okay, well, what do I got to do? How do I do this? And then I have to go back in time and I have to say, you know what? You have to get in touch with your inner feminine. Get in touch with your female side. Because all that shit that you put, I hope I don't get it. All that stuff that you were talking about before, about building yourself up, having a career and all this great stuff, all that bravo, girl. But you know what? You're just an alpha male with female body parts. So how do I become something else? Well, that's kind of on an individual basis. Oh, Rollo doesn't have prescriptions. Not for that, I don't. Absolutely not. You have to, ladies, you have to get in touch with your inner feminine. You have to get in touch with that nurturing nature. You've got to, if you believe in such a thing, you get in touch with that maternal instinct. It's probably already kicking in. If you're like 33 years old and you're like wondering where Prince Charming is, most likely it's because your maternal, your biological clock is ticking. No, your biological clock started ticking at 18, ladies, not at 33. And the last show in this studio is also brought to you by Devil Mountain Coffee in my new nice hand-thrown mug. Thank you, guys. So, also, by the way, Devil Mountain Coffee, Las Vegas own business. We'll be talking about that later, too. So, getting back to, so when I say, hey, you need to get in touch with your inner feminine, you want to talk about guys, and we would tell men for the longest time that they needed to do that. And now you get the guys that you deserved. You get the guys that you created. The men of the last, well, certainly the last two generations, maybe 3 generations, maybe even my own generation. We're the products of what you wanted us to be. Gloria Steinem, Betty Friedan, all you girls who are still quoting her and don't even know those names. Yeah. So we constantly want to give this great advice on TikTok and Instagram and God knows wherever else, whatever social media, tickles your, thing. We want to tell, the cybersphere, the social media sphere that, boys need to be brought up to cry on demand, and boys need to be, more emotional and express themselves. And as long as it's a freaking, it's an approved emotion by the female centric, feminine imperative, gynocentric world, then that's okay. But we don't want them to express anger. We don't want them to express frustration. We don't want them to express themselves in anything that might lead to hostility, because, of course, everyone knows that men are more violent than women are. And that's innate. That's not socially constructed or socially built in. Okay. But ladies, you now need to get in touch with your feminine. You need to get, and God knows you should probably be able to do that a whole lot easier than a guy would, because that would be, I would presume, if you're born with female body parts and your sex is female and your gender is female, that it shouldn't be too difficult to do that. But it is, because when I bring that up, it comes down like, you're telling me to be stupid. You're telling what? I got to be a bimbo? I got to look like Torsha? I got to look like the girl with the big gigundo hooters? Jet screaming hootie queens? That's who I got to look like? Because that's what it sounds like, especially to a woman who has like invested herself in her education, really at the expense of like taxpayers, whatever. I mean, we can get into that, selective services and all that good shit. But with the reason why we have things like the rise of the she economy is because systematically, really, since 1965, but you could make a case for at least the last 20 or 30 years, we've systematically made women into the men that they want to marry. And then lo and behold, Tomi is now realizing that, guys who are older than me, more accomplished than me, more competent than me, better looking than me, taller than me, 6-pack abs, 666, all those guys, they oddly enough, when you give a man, a certain measure, high value man, you give him a certain measure of sexual selectivity, he doesn't go for Tomi Lahren. He doesn't want to listen to. Wouldn't anybody want to listen to that? I wish I had. This would be better. Nobody got time for that. Anybody got time for Tomi Lahren? And she even knows. Oh, they want the 25-year-olds. 25. Yeah, I would go probably a couple years younger than that. I mean, all you got to do, Tomi, is go and ask Leo DiCaprio. Oh, he's terrible. Yeah, he's terrible because he still has sexual selectivity at what, 47? Is that how old he is? I think so. And yes, I know he's got some new girlfriend or he's got some new thing. I already did that episode. Don't ask me to do Leonardo. When's he going to do Leonardo DiCaprio? You missed it. I already did it. Go back to 2 episodes ago. I've already done it. Yes, Leo DiCaprio is in fact a boss. So today I'm going to talk about marriage. Now, before I get started here, I'm going to sort of break down a couple of videos here. And they're pertinent. They're just kind of like launch points here to get some larger perspectives, I think. And as I've said, it's when I do reaction videos or when I like sort of like riff on something, I try to do it not to attack the people. In fact, I kind of like these guys, but I don't do it to attack anybody. I do it so that I can sort of illustrate the larger perspective here. And it's granted, I'll correct the inaccuracies. I'll correct the errors along the way. But also along the way, there's got to be some steak to go along with that sizzle. So I've got these guys. They have a brand new podcast out, and it's called Iron Disciples. And it's like 3 dudes. I don't know. Is it just 3 guys? Three dudes who get in I don't know, is this your church podcasting studio? I don't know. I don't know where they're from. They did a breakdown video of my video with Ruslan when I was on Adam Sosnick, and that would have been the end of July. So before I get started into that, though, I want to also point out a few things because there's going to be a lot of inaccuracies here. I'm not calling them stupid. I might get a little agitated for some of this crap because I kind of sort of take it with a grain of salt because they don't know my history and they don't know when I was going into this, what was happening at that time. So a lot of people will give me this shit. Like, oh, you need to go debate Destiny. Okay, I got it. Go ahead. Throw it in the chat. Go ahead. Put it in the comments. Done? Okay, good. The reason why I am always kind of hesitant to do debates with anybody for that matter is because you don't know what a debate is. And I'll tell you the other thing. And here's the prime example of this. People say, oh, Rollo wasn't prepared to go in there to debate Ruslan. Yeah, I wasn't at all. You know why? Because there was nothing to prepare for. That's why. I sat down, he sat down, and the only thing Adam came out of Adam's mouth is, well, what do you disagree with about? And then from that point on, it's like Ruslan saying, okay, well, hey, I got this checklist. Let me talk about all these things. Why you're a dickhead. Let me throw why you're a hypocrite, right? Why you're. Is that it? Is that a debate? It's just me, trying to defend all my points over the last, 20 years that I've been making them, because that's not a debate. And so had I known it was good, he was going to come out with, oh, well, isn't marriage the best thing for men? Well, you're married. Don't you think that we should be promoting marriage for guys? No. And if you've read or listened to or watched anything I've done in the last, certainly since the Pat Campbell days, hell, if you did not see or listen to or even know about the confrontation, the debate, the actual real debate that I had with Dr. Everett Piper back in 2018, that I can't really help you with that. I also can't help you if you're not telling me that that's what we're going to talk about in the first place. I would have been happy to go in guns blazing, just like I'm about to today. Okay? So when people come at me and they say, Rollo, how can you be against marriage? You've been married for 26 years now. You have a successful marriage. Your wife still loves you. You still have sex on a regular basis. You say it's an ideal marriage. Like most guys want what you want. Yes, that's why it pains me to have to put an episode like this together, or to have to even present the points that I did when I was on with Adam and Ruslan. This data, the stuff that I'm going to present to you today, and I guess in a way presented while I was there, this stuff it's not like I take any joy in this shit. It's not like I take any particular glee in like saying, well, you know what? Guess what? Christian marriages dissolve just as rapidly as secular marriages. And I got the stats to prove it. Okay. It doesn't give me any particular joy. I think it should be the other way around. I want to believe that it should be that way. I want to believe that, but I can also show you stats showing you that like more and more young people in particular, but more and more people are even just leaving the faith. So does that mean that their marriages are no longer a Christian marriage? Does that mean that, or a Muslim marriage for that matter, doesn't have to be Christian, like just because they were married in a religious ceremony, does that mean that they're now religious? Because we need to define terms, and we need to also look at data points in correlation with other data points. So when we're looking at the dissolution of marriages, when we're looking at the divorce rate right now, which is right around 50% and has been since about I shouldn't say that. It spiked crazy right after 1968-ish, right after the advent of hormonal birth control, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But all that good stuff, when we look at things in correlation to we look at certain data points in correlation to other data points, we can get a clear picture, I think, of what's going on. So when I look at say the enrollment rates of men in college versus like their sexlessness rates from the GSS studies that we constantly quote, you have to look at those two together and say, okay, now correlating these two data points, what's actually going on? You have to do something similar with marriage statistics and divorce statistics. So when people go, oh, well, divorce is on decline. Yeah, because marriage rates have never been lower in recorded American history. So we're at 5.1 per 1,000. That is as low as it has ever been since they started recording back in like 1850. So what does that say? Oh, men aren't living up to their responsibilities. They need to get married. That's their responsibility. Why? In the 21st century? Why? Like that's be the first question out of my mouth. Why would you even think that? That's a 20th century way of thinking for sure. And maybe you might even be right, but tell me why. Well, it's just because that's what I believe. That's my opinion. Okay, well, here's some stats that aren't opinions. They are stats. It's not about how you feel about it. It's about what is instead of what should be. And the whole time I was on with Adam Sosnick, I think the theme was, well, Adam got married once and then he got divorced. And don't we think that marriage is the optimal situation for men to be in? Well, for Rollo Tomasi, it has been. For me, personally, and probably for Ruslan as well, because Ruslan probably didn't have any choice than to be married if he wanted to, procreate, have sex, and get with the girlfriend. And, got married young, got it. I thought it was funny. It was like when I was on that show, Adam asked us like how long we've been married. I said, I was 25 years then. Well, 26 years then. And then of course, Ruslan has to pipe up. Well, we've been married for like 10 years or something like that, but we've been together for 8. Good flexed. What? Okay. I thought it was pretty funny, but I'm going to look at this breakdown from these guys because I was interested. Like, how are people seeing that show and what are they doing? Like, these guys have no following. Okay. They're not even above, like Tori's pushing 10,000 subs. These guys are pushing like, I don't know, 200 subs. They must've just got started and people go, well, why are you going to give them juice? Why are you going to go and build them up? Well, it's better to just ignore them. I don't want to ignore them because it's like, it's good, fuel for conversation. So I don't care if you've got 100 subs on your channel. I'll still run you up the flagpole. I'll still, buff you out if I think that what you're talking about is relevant to a conversation. So I'm more than happy to do that. Most people want to come at me and they want to use my name and say my name. They want to use my name in
say my name
in the title of a video just so that they can get likes and looks and whatever. Okay, fine. Come at me. I don't care. There's people that I'm going to go after. Yeah. Hi guys. Oh, good. Okay. You guys are in. All right. I'm glad you guys are in for this one because, again, I want to like you guys. I really do. I don't know the name. I don't know your names or anything like that. Please, if I butcher it, that's that. But I'm gonna throw this out there because they gave a fairly decent assessment. And by the way, this is in 2 parts, so forgive me for skipping around in this. But I've got some of the salient parts here. So I'm gonna throw this up here and we'll get started. But before we do, just one more thing is I'm not against marriage. God damn it, I kept trying to fire that one, hammer that one home. With Adam, I try to hammer that one home all the time. I'm not against marriage. I'm against the way we do it now. I'm against the way that we have been doing it and we have been ruining it as an institution really since the rise or since the sexual revolution. And by the way, we are not post-sexual revolution. We are still in the midst of the sexual revolution. Some people, I wanted to clarify that because a lot of people are going, well, sexual revolution, wasn't that back when the Woodstock days and the hippies and the boomers? No, my friend, we are still smack dab in the middle of the sexual revolution. That's what I'm going to argue anyways. 1965 to 2022, we're still here and we're still dealing with it. And we're still seeing where this social engineering experiment is going. It didn't end in the 80s. It didn't end in the 90s. It is still active and going today. So before I get started, understand this. I think I will repeat this one more time because I said this also in Adam's show, is that it is my belief, I feel merch. It is my understanding that monogamy, in the sense that it's a formalized monogamy, whether that's marriage or however we did it in different epochs, eras of history, and not just in Western societies, but also in Japan and other places, human beings know that we're better together than we are apart. We have to parentally invest in our children. One way or another, that is what's given rise to the human being the apex species on planet Earth. Are we promiscuous? Yes, we are. Are we monogamous? Yes, we are. Oh, is it natural for those? Yes, both. Yes, yes, yes. Two of them can exist at the same time. It's not an either or proposition. If you don't believe me, go have a look at what's the book? Dr. Tim Burkhead. It's actually, the title of the book is called Promiscuity. I've done a full show on it. It's a great, fantastic read. It's called Promiscuity, Dr. Tim Burkhead. If you find the hardback book for less than $80, let me know, because I'd really like to go get it. Fantastic read. Are we promiscuous? Yes. Are we monogamous? Yes. Because if we're not, then again, big head babies, we don't survive. Men are natural protectors and have an innate protector dynamic, or instinct, protection instinct for women and children. Okay, show me. I already have. I've done those shows already. I'm not going to go circle around to that one again. However, as a result, we find out that investing in our offspring is not only necessary, it's something that's going to give rise to the next generation. That's why we can pass on knowledge to the next generation. That's why we're tribal as well. Tribalism is a feature. It's not a bug. Don't try to, you will always be tribal, my friends, in one way or another. Even if you're, raiding someone in League of Legends, in League of Legends, and you're cooperating in some way, you're a tribe, right? For that brief moment while you're together, but you are a tribe. Human beings love being tribes, and there's advantages and disadvantages to that. That's all there is. Just is what is, not what should be. So keep that in mind when we're going there, when we're sifting through the rest of this stuff today. Again, I'm not against marriage. Marriage to me, anyways, is just a formalization of that necessary monogamy. And to be monogamous, we men and women must compromise our mating strategies. That if you've read anything, if you've read the most recent book, The Player's Handbook, I even put it in at least 2 books, but it is the cardinal rule of sexual strategies. And that is, for one sex's strategy to succeed, the others must be compromised or abandoned entirely. So what are men's and women's innate mating strategies? Well, for men, it's unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. Oh, that sounds like it's animalistic and that's immoral. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Sue me. I just work here, man. I didn't build the machine. I'm trying to pick it apart and put it back together again. What about women? Well, women's innate mating strategy is hypergamy. Alpha fucks, beta bucks. Alpha seed, beta need. Short-term sexual benefits versus long-term security benefits in a guy. If you can find them in one dude, you're on, man. That's a lifelong project, ladies, and you're going to love every minute of it. But if you can't, you end up like Lolo Jones. Freeze your eggs and hope the right guy comes along before you're 50. You get frustrated, just like Tomi Lahren, right? Okay, well, fine. Is she married yet? Somebody find out if she's married today. I don't know. I think she is. Baseball player. I guess Jay Cutler, who, by the way, not the bodybuilder Jay Cutler, but the football player. I think he was a quarterback for the Chicago Bears. Donovan would know. That didn't work out. And she was with some other dudes too. I mean, man, people just gave me all kinds of dirt on Tomi Lahren when I did that one show on her like 2 years ago too. I'm like, anyways, to clarify one more time, I'm not against marriage. I've said this. I will say it again. We are better together than we are apart. We are innate, natural, evolutionary complements to one another. Again, I showed you the emotion episode. I showed you the brain scans. I showed you the fMRI studies. I showed you the synapses. There are innate proclivities that women have psychologically, and there are proclivities men have psychologically. One is strong in one area, one is strong in another area. Got it? Women are better communicators. That's just the way it is. That's how they evolved, because they had to. It was a survival adaptation. Men are more interested in things. We're more interested. We prioritize deductive reasoning. Got it? Remember all that? Okay, good. So if you don't got all that, I'll be happy to link you all of those links later on. We already talked about this, so we're going to move on. We're trying to build upon previous episodes here. So with all that said, again, we are better together than we are apart. And that's the problem. that's what's problematic. The women don't want to get with the guys, and the guys don't want to get with the women. And yes, I saw the bullshit episode with Hafiz and Ruslan talking about, oh, the red pill says this. And, oh, straw man, keep it going. Okay, fine. That's not what the red pill says. Red pill is analytical. It's not prescriptive. So, but again, the idea that the red pill is in any way giving advice or trying to influence guys, I'm not trying to influence you. All I want to do is give you the proper information so you can make good, well-educated decisions. And that's all I really start. That's the starting point. That's the launch point for everything that I do. Just keep that in your brains. So without further ado, this is the Iron Disciple.
To work nowadays because of the feminist movement and just the culture, the red pill culture right now. And he's like, whoa, you know, like, it's not fair because you're missing this big chunk of data of all these marriages that do work and that have great success rates. And here's why they do. So
attention is for women as sex is for men.
Yeah.
So for them, like, if they
let me move things up here a little bit.
These things as Christian men.
Hello, everyone.
What we got going on?
Okay, I'm gonna scroll up. They're gonna have their moment of prayer. Got it. Good. Glad you did that.
That we're all discovering is that we are all biased, no doubt. You know, I think that the idea is that we're biased. We're trying to tool our bias from a biblical standpoint, because bias in and of itself has a connotation that's negative. You hear dogma, bias. You know, it doesn't have to be that way. You can have convictions associated with your thoughts and your beliefs that people will interpret as bias, and we as Christians get that all the time. You know, we're narrow-minded. We're this. We're that. So we're taking apart two Christians today, right? What's his name? Not Ruslan. We know Ruslan's a Christian, but sometimes I think not many people know that Rollo's actually a Christian too.
Yeah.
Right? And he believes in the resurrection as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And had you read The Rational Male Religion, you would already understand that.
He claims that, and that's in the beginning of this, we won't go over that, but he talks about the end of his religion book. Mm-hmm. Have you read that one?
I have not.
My God, I want to borrow it, but
then I guess you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
He actually claims this guy has a faith statement, like he believes in the literal resurrection, and he goes into that,
which I thought was awesome.
Yeah,
like it gave me that because I already respect him as an intellect, and I remember when Joe was reading the book after.
Let me explain something to you why I put that in the end part of that's, by the way, that's the last chapter of The Rational Male Religion. That was a 3-year project, by the way. That was a very, I would say, probably my best researched book that I ever did. Took me a long time to do it. I did a lot of interviews, as you know, I've said this before, but I let that, I kept that, I saved that for the end of the book. And the reason why I did that is because if I'd have put it in the beginning of the book, then it would have sort of, I don't know, colored the information and the buildup, because I tactically, strategically built out those chapters one on top of each other. And if you've read my religion book, it's not just about shitting on religion. And it's not just about shitting on atheism either. Okay. I don't come at atheism. I don't come at any particular religion. All I do is connect dots in there. So that's number one. Number two is had you had any of these guys read the end of it, you would know what I'm talking about. And I specifically put that part about, belief in a resurrected Christ at the end of it, because a guy like Jordan Peterson has yet to make that claim, has yet to make a pronouncement of faith, has yet to make a pronouncement of conviction in any realistic way. And so if I'm going to say, well, this is what I believe, right? If I'm going to adopt the magical thinking, if I'm going to say that this is where, now we're stepping out of that last chapter anyways, is stepping out of the analytical into like the practical. What am I going to do with this? How am I going to form my convictions? How am I going to form my belief sets? How am I going to, what am I going to do? Right? Well, that was my impetus, I guess, behind that chapter. So I don't think in any way it's like super shocking or whatever else. Because people, you're the rational male. How can you believe in God? Well, if you read that book, you'll understand, because I could sit here for hours on end and explain it to you, but it's much easier if you just go read the book, man.
You gave him to him. I was like, when was this book written? And I think his first book came out in like the early 2000s. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I was blown away at the fact that he was,
All right, God, Jesus Lord. The first book came out in 2013. This is a constant mistake. By the way, sorry, Iron Disciple guys. No, the first book was published October 1st, 2013. It's coming up on its 9th year anniversary. Not next year, it'll be 10. 9th year anniversary as of October 1st. Okay. It came out in 2013. And Michaela Peterson in no way read it in high school. Just clarify, just saying, because it came out in 2013. That's now, have I been doing this for 20 years? Yes. I was certainly on the SOSWAV boards right around 2002, but the book was published in 2013. Get it straight before you start talking about stuff that you are ignorant of, because it's going to color this entire conversation.
Blessing and congealing these ideas.
Yeah, he's a godfather, bro.
No, for sure. The guy is absolutely. He didn't really have a lot to draw from. He was really just
drawing from the internet.
Yeah,
like communities,
but
and stuff.
Seeing, like he was seeing stuff. He's definitely seeing stuff.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I'm looking. Check out the big head on Rollo. As flattering as that, thank you very much for recognizing that. But I am actually probably not as smart as you think I am, really, because the book was not published in 2000; it was published in 2013. The conversations and all the stuff that built up the book, all that also built up the. By the way, the Rational Male has been around since 2011, so even my blog hasn't even been around all that long. So, 11 years, right? So, just. Numbers are important, guys. Sometimes, so people know that. I'll tell you the other thing is, like, anybody listening to this will go, where are they getting that from? Because anybody who's familiar with my work knows. Oh, hell, you can look at it in the book. The copyright's 2013.
Rollo's smart, dude.
So this debate, which is great because Ruslan is a Christian influencer. I actually wasn't familiar with him before this.
He's a rapper too, right?
Yeah. And he kind of calls Rollo out on, like, dude, you're claiming to be a Christian. You're like presenting some ideas here that are very not Christian.
Right.
You're also not giving the data in a nuanced way to show, like, here's how divorce rates actually are in different subgroups of, people.
I try never to give data in nuance. I will make correlations, but nuance is, we leave that to the ladies, young men.
People, essentially.
Because Rollo is big about data. He's an empiricist.
Which I respect a lot, because there's a lot of
100%.
Christians that end up talking about, like, I mean, they'd go take it too far, the one direction, instead of being like, hey, well, this is the culture you're living in. These are the variables you're going to encounter dating now in today's world, minus your church and your close friends. And even then it's going to affect, like, Phil, you just, you went after a really, like, a Christian chicken. You encountered a lot of the same stuff that you would with secular girls. So it's not like, you're getting a get out of jail free card by going and dating within the church. So it's not going to happen. So a lot of these cultural biases or these programs are going to be running in these girls' minds that are in churches or not. So I respect Rollo so much for just presenting, like he says, information and tools, because a lot of guys need to know this. We need to know.
Well, we as Christians, we have to come up against the world, and we need to know that being aware of who our enemy is means knowing what culture is, knowing how it's infected and poisoned your mind as well as the other people around, especially young people. I mean, when you're a teen, and unless you've been into homeschool, which then you have your own set of, burdens and quarries to deal with. If you went to a public school and you are 20 years old, you have a lot of work to do. You have to figure out where you stand, and it's a big issue with dating, because right now, obviously, the culture that we live in, dating has changed an incredible amount. And that's why Rollo, he's like, you look at the data, guys.
That work never goes away. It's a constant updating.
Right.
Every year you got to update. Every time you get in a relationship, even if you are married, you should be always updating that. And
that's a good point, because even if you are married, you're constantly changing.
Yeah.
So
you should be working on that.
You should be working on that. Absolutely.
Always.
So
okay, we're already out the gate here, and I just gotta stop real quickly here. I believe I put this in my first book. When I'm talked about relationships, okay, whether that's marriage, whether that's a steady girlfriend, right? Whether that's your sort of, that's your ride or die girl, right? You got to remember that when you are thinking in terms of keeping it fresh, or keeping the fire going, right? Or what is it? A good relationship is a constant effort. No, it's not, guys. It's not a constant effort. It's not we got to freshen it up, man. The key to a good relationship is polarity. Understand? It's not likeness. It's not how much can I do. I mentioned this in religion as well, because I was talking about the servant's heart, right? You probably hear it come out of these guys. Maybe not in this show, but like where it's like the idea is that you got to be a good servant. You got to be a good because that's a reflection of who you are in the religion, and that's a reflection of who you are as a guy. So be a good servant, and then that transfers over into marriage. And so as a result, what happens is there's never any claimed authority for men in a marriage. And I can show you scripturally why that would be false. Like guys are the head in a marriage, and they should have by default. If that's your religion, that's your convictions. I'm just reading from the book here. You should have a default authority from within that marriage. And I tried to get into that with Ruslan, but you can already hear this mindset sort of coloring the conversation here, because what's happening is we've got a couple of guys who are presenting this from the idea that it's a very Oprah idea that it's a good relationship is a constant effort. I will tell you right now, a good relationship is effortless. It ought to be. If it's not effortless, you probably got some problems. You probably got something that you need to address. Now, I'll give you, I don't like to do this, but since this is the last show in this studio, and this is what we're talking about marriage, and I've got 26 years of marriage to sort of draw upon. I'll tell you right now, I can count on the fingers of one hand how many times I've had an actual real knockdown, drag out fight with my wife. And you know what? That fight didn't last for more than 24 hours, if that, 16 hours. And I have had conversations with guys who will talk to me about like how their wives are like what we call stamp collectors, right? You did this and you did that and you did this and you did. My wife does not collect stamps. We resolve whatever it is and we move on. It's not this constant, we're really working on the relationship together. You know what that means? That means this guy's got a lot of work to do to match to live up to my expectations, because I'm a kick-ass, woman of Christ, right? And he's got a lot to measure up for. And if mama ain't happy, God ain't happy. So he better be living it up and keeping it fresh and making the effort and working on the relationship. And we're dragging all of this bullshit gynocentric secularism into religion. Now, where's Rollo coming up with this? How does Rollo know all this? Well, it comes from years of discussions that I've had with Dal Rock. And I'm going to quote Dal Rock quite a bit today. Dal Rock, not Dal Rock. DALROCK.wordpress.com. That's where I've had a really good ongoing sort of correspondence, let's just say, with Dal Rock since 2009. His blog actually came out before mine. And if you've read The Rational Male Religion, I actually dedicate the book to Dal Rock. So that's where I'll be drawing from. But Dal Rock would say exactly the same thing that I'm saying right now, is that you're already, say, pre-whipped. You're already prepared mentally to be your wife's servant, not the other way around, not egalitarianism, not authority, not even presumed authority. So I have to stop right there and point that out, because that's going to color a lot of the conversation left here. Like I gotta measure up. I gotta constantly qualify. That's a PUA principle, by the way. Qualification. That was one of the primary things that like Mystery and the rest of those guys back in the day in the seduction communities picked up on. Oh, can I buy you a drink? That's qualification. You're trying to qualify for her attention, and that never works. Whether you're in the clubs or you're on Instagram or you're with your wife of 10 years. If you're a suck up, if you're constantly trying to catch up all the time, that's what's going to set the frame of your relationship and your marriage, by the way, which a lot more rides on than just the boyfriend-girlfriend thing. So that right there, I would argue, is part of the blue pill mentality, the beta mentality that must be killed before you even consider a long-term relationship, much less marriage. So I wanted to point that out, that the presumption or the attitude of, well, you got to keep it fresh. You got to have open communication. That's from Oprah. That's not the book of whatever in the Bible. That's from the book of Oprah. That's from the book of Dr. Phil. That's from the book of, Dr. Gray from Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus. That's what that's from. That's pop psychology, guys. And you adopt it and try to incorporate it into your religion. That is a mistake. Learn that now, because you'll have to unlearn that later.
So we're gonna really fascinating. I watched it twice, and I remember the first time I watched it, I was actually just Rollo, amazing communicator. So I was like mostly listening to Rollo. The second
You'll watch it twice, but you won't read the book once.
time I listened to it, I think because Ruslan's kind of a rapper. He has like a very quick
quick,
pace
dude.
with his words.
Yeah.
You kind of gotta like take it apart, because he'll dump some data really quick, and he's smart, dude. Ruslan's smart. So the second time around, I could actually hear Ruslan's mind a little better, and I definitely gained more insight and a deeper respect for what he was trying to do, because he had an agenda, and it was made more apparent to me.
Well, Ruslan's agenda was, hey, Rollo, we're both Christians, and like calling Rollo out on some of his data, which is going to lead us into the first clip.
Right.
Because Rollo being the guy that's like, oh, I'm just presenting data, here are tools. Ruslan was like, wait a second, you're missing on some of this data. Because
Ruslan came super prepared too.
He
like if they had a lot
read
more
all
time,
the books.
he had all.
Okay. No, he didn't read all the books. That's number one. He's only read parts of the first one, and probably only the last part of religion. Likely because whoever's on his staff or whoever he's working with were the guys who pulled this stuff together. Okay, I'm not going to talk about tablets. I'm not going to talk about watches. I'm not going to talk about what Miguel was dealing with all this the time when we were there. Okay, we're past that right now. However, there was no preparation because there was no prepared topic. For fuck's sake. Oh, what are you going to debate Destiny about? Like people say, oh, you need to debate Destiny. He called you a pussy. Okay, fine. What are we going to debate? No, you should just go on Fresh and Fit and just talk shit about each other. That's not a debate. I'll be happy to go do that. If you want me to do that, let's go. Let's set it up now. But don't call it a debate. Don't call it like, oh, we're gonna see if Rollo's really right on this issue. We're gonna debate that issue. By the way, like back in ancient Rome, in ancient Greece, when there were actual formal debates, it was not about the person. It was not about, questioning the parentage of this guy. It was about what is the best practices. How do we come to a better understanding of empirical, rational, objective truth? That's what it was about. There was a subject, and they talked about it, and they presented their cases, and that's how it ended. And they ended, they shook hands, they went back, and they said, okay, well, this is true, and this is false. Factual absolutism. That's what a debate is really about. A topic, a specific thing. But here's why. People, and God damn it, people kept saying, oh, Rollo wasn't really prepared for this. Well, I was prepared for it because I've had this conversation dozens and dozens of times, but it was never anything like, go look at the video and scroll back and say, okay, well, what do you disagree? Like Adam had no earthly idea what we're going to be talking about. What do you disagree with here? That right there is just like, well, I'm going to see, here's why you're a hypocrite. Okay. Or fine. We're all hypocrites, but am I wrong? Is my data wrong? Is my facts wrong? Well, it's just like your opinion. That's not an opinion, man. That's facts. Are my facts wrong? Am I in error? Is my math problem? Looks like I found the correct answer. Can you check my work, please? The check your work part, that's a debate. How did you come to the conclusion that you do? Great. Awesome. Let's get after it. But that's not what this was all about. And again, nobody really showed any kind of stats, but I'm going to show you some stats today because there's a lot of claims that were made during this. And now I've got the data to sort of suss things out.
Sorts of data on other stuff that Rollo kind of ignores.
And he should have. I wish Ruslan would have sat there because he's like, I have the stats if you want to hear them. It should be like, no, you're going to hear them.
They just didn't have time. They just kind of kept having
Rollo always takes his time to tell the stats, and he loves that. Like, he likes to recite his stats. It's a power move on his part. But he had stats, and he said it like 3 times. He's like, if you guys want to hear them.
He does bring them out.
No, bro. It's in the interests of being correct. That's why. There is no elevator pitch for the red pill. There is no elevator pitch for stats. You've got to look at them. You've got to correlate them. And that takes fucking time. Good cooking takes time.
A couple times. And we're going to get into this when he talks about the marriages that do work, because Rollo makes it seem like marriage doesn't work and it's impossible to work nowadays because of the feminist movement and just the culture, the red pill culture right now.
Where have I stated that? Where have I ever stated, oh, marriage can't work. It'll never work for you. Dude, I'm a fucking walking example of it working. That's why everyone has a problem with me when I go and I give stats and I say, hey, look, man, that's why is it that I can go and have a show with like Aaron Clary and we talk about like the Book of Numbers, or we talk about the Menu, like his last 2 books, which are fantastic, by the way, go get them. I can have that conversation. People don't go crazy over that. I'm not, again, I wish everyone watching this could have a fantastic marriage. I wish you could find that special someone and have babies and, and live with a nice white picket fence and a, golden retriever in the front yard. I wish that was possible for you. The nuclear family that existed for a bright, shining moment during post-war 1950s. I wish you could have that. There, yeah, I said it. I wish you could have that. I think it's a great idea. It's a pleasant fiction. I wish you could have that, but that's not how we do marriage anymore. And it's not gloom and doom. And I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from marriage, although I will give you the stats that'll give you something to think about. I am not against marriage. I'm against Pollyanna, didn't see it coming, should have known better. She turned on me, Rollo. She alienated my children against me, Rollo. That marriage, I'm definitely against that. Definitely against the way we do marriage right now. Go watch Divorce Incorporated. Look at the marriage/divorce machine. Go look at that. I'm going to show you some other stuff today that's going to really bake your noodle. But that right there, don't think for a second that I have ever said anything to the contrary when it comes to like the marriage in general. Like, oh, there could never be anything like a good marriage. Except I've been married for 26 years and pretty much an ideal marriage. But then again, I'm also not living in a poly relationship and I'm not like banging side chicks or anything like that. So I can't be a real man, right?
And he's like, whoa, like it's not fair because you're missing this big chunk of data of all these marriages that do work and that have great success rates. And here's why they do. So
what data? 50% of marriages end in divorce. Great. You mean the other 50%? Great. Well, we're going to look at some data sets here after.
Kind of roll into the first one.
About how being single, you're highly to be suicidal, depression, all these unhealthy, lazy, all these different things. The optimal environment for a man is to be in a marriage. Okay. So
for kids, you mean?
For kids? For his mental health. And again, and I got the studies. We can look at the studies if you want to look at the studies. Suicide rate, depression, unhealth, all kinds of different things. It's awful if you're a man in your 40s.
So is the health benefit of being married the result of being married, or is it a result of poor choices? Because I can also show you stats of married couples who adopt the habits of the other. So if one person gets fat, the other one tends to get fat as well. What about happiness? What about mental health? What about this? What about that? Okay, great. Well, we can rattle this off all day long and pretend that the optimal place for men to be is in a marriage. And again, I'm not even saying might not be true, right? What's the optimal way to be married? Yeah, well, according to what? What kind of marriage? Christian marriage? Jewish marriage? Muslim marriage where you can have up to 4 wives? Yeah, maybe that's definitely optimal, right? Who knows? I mean, DNA and reproductive side of the coin there, that might be a good deal. Seems to me like Muslims are doing a great job. Even Andrew Tate thinks so, right? He's a hero of Ruslan's, but okay, great. Well, first of all, I didn't see any data that would really support that. In fact, anything I see countervailing data to that, but I'll get into that here in just a second after he's finished. But I wanted to point this out because we have to look at things in a sum total. If there's one thematic question for today's episode, it is this: is marriage the optimal state for men to be in rather than being single, whatever? Because if your conviction is I cannot have sex without sin or without in any other context than in a married context. If that is the case, of course it's the optimal condition. If that's the one stricture of you having sex is being married, then yeah, you're right. But what are the rates of guys who are single? What about women? What about women like Lolo Jones freezing her eggs and sticking needles in her guts? Is that an optimal condition? Nobody talks about that, right? Talk about the frustrations of Tomi Lahren. I don't want to get into that. I'll tell you the other thing is, like, if let's just say for sake of argument, let's grant him the point here. I'm not doing that for later, but let's grant the point here just for a second. If that's the case, is it also the optimal condition for women? Because there is study after study and research after research that shows that women are better off, happier, less stressed, live better lives, make more money, whatever, when they're single, permanently single. Do I think that is the case and the truth? No, I can actually go and find you stats that counter that too. But that's practically all you hear. I showed you one of those. I showed you the Bloomberg one. In fact, here it is. Do I have the Bloomberg? I think I have it. I might have had it from last week. The Bloomberg study. Where's our Bloomberg? Oh, there it is. This is the one. You guys remember this? Oh, you don't? Oh, Ashley Moreno isn't married and doesn't have kids, and she has a message for women like her. You can still have it all. Moreno, whatever her name is, 43, belongs to a growing cohort of women who are choosing to delay motherhood or forego it entirely. New research suggests American women who are single and and without children see a bigger payoff than men, earning $6,000 or $8,000 more on average than their male counterparts. While the U.S. birth rates have been falling over the past 30 years, there are signs the trend has accelerated since the COVID-19 pandemic, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so you can see this. This was a big deal. I think I showed you guys the actual article. I pulled that from their Instagram feed. Oh, but then in the same breath, we've got to rethink masculinity. Men and boys need to rethink masculinity. Again, examples of the counter. When we get to the part where he's talking about, like, we need to be counterculture, you're already in it. Those two articles right there should certainly show you, like, the contradictions that one message we teach guys and one message we teach women. You're better off. You go, girl. Don't have kids. Be Lolo Jones. Be crying in your car. I gotta find the man that God had preordained for me. I'm still good looking. I'm almost 40. That to me sounds like a midlife crisis. Sort of. She's got to be 40 now, right? 30. She was 39 when she did that. So crying in her car, can't find the right guy. Must be men's fault, right? Must be must be Rollo's fault for telling guys not to get married to Lolo Jones, because otherwise she'd have a great Christian husband all by now for sure.
Red Pill's framing marriage as this caricature. Mm-hmm. That maybe on the contractual side, there are outliers where women take advantage of men. Mm-hmm. But the average case is that if you know how to make money, if you understand some of the game side of things, I would say there's some utility. And I think what you guys do a good job is you stir people away from some type of women that are, in my opinion, selection biased. Sauce, you got married before. Right?
Briefly, yes.
Yeah. And what did you do to protect yourself in that marriage?
I had a prenup.
You had a prenup, right? Dave Ramsey recommends prenups for anybody that's independently wealthy before they go into a marriage. Dave Ramsey is a financial.
I'm not sure Dave Ramsey is probably the best person you want to quote in this situation, but
correct.
You got a prenup, and I protected you.
Yes,
correct. I got buddies that have covenantal marriages per your book. Got a couple buddies. They got married. They kept the state out of it. They protected themselves, right? And so on and so forth. So I think primarily this caricature of marriage, man, is I think very toxic. On top of which you go on to glorify how being a virgin is ideal in a marriage, which is
for the woman.
Okay. Glorify is a very strong word if you've read the book, there is in no way am I saying that I glorified premarital sex or having proscriptions against premarital sex. I said this. I said in fact, of course, they're not going to show this, but I said in the book, I said I understand why they existed. I did a full show on it with Myron and Fresh when we did the promiscuity show. Why a woman's sexual past matters. So if you're going to cast that in terms of guys like holding out from getting with a girl, fucking a girl before they get married, okay, but the reason why I came to that conclusion was not so I could glorify anything. It was just because I understand the proscription from a religious perspective. I understand the metaphorical truth in the same way that I understand that the Jews of the Old Testament had proscriptions against eating pork that might give them trichinosis and kill them. That's where that came from. I wasn't going, well, we really need to get back to not fucking before marriage. I told him also in that same show that I said, I understand why it exists, but it's completely untenable and certainly has been from certainly the latter half of the 20th and most of the 21st century right now. So that's where it comes from. And I love how we use terms like glorify, because I guess that's kind of big in Christianese, right? So let's go and look at what I actually said. Let's go and actually look at the words that came out of my mouth. Actually, were typed out on this very screen that I'm looking at right now. Before let's look for accuracy
for both people.
For the man too.
For the man, we could correlate body counts.
You could. Hold on. What?
We could
Stop the show,
we could correlate body counts.
That's where I'm gonna start weighing here, gentlemen.
We could correlate body counts to less happiness in a sex life. The higher, more partners you have, the less likely you are to be happy in a marriage.
For women, not for men. There is no correlation. There is no study. There's, if anything, it's the opposite. For women, yes. They report less happiness. I've already done that full show with Myron and Fresh. We already talked about that. Again, the same show. Why a woman's sexual past matters. When we talk about the alpha widow dynamic, same thing, right? The larger the pool that she has in her past, the higher the frequency that she will be an alpha widow. Got it? That's where that comes from. Now, for men do not place the same importance and the same intensity and the same filtration and the same hypergamous filter and the same intuition and the same emotional investment into sex that women do, because men do not have the same reproductive investment costs that women do. Got it? Big head babies. We can talk about that again. Got to find the right guy. Evolutionary psychology. I know you hate the word evolution, but here we go again. But that's the reason. That's the reason why I'll give you a quick example right now. Why is it that 68% of Christian guys I believe married, or I forget what the demo shift was. 68% Christian guys admit to being addicted to pornography because it offers unlimited access to unlimited sexuality, which is, children, men's innate natural mating strategy. That's why they're addicted. The human machine is not prepared for that kind of sexual access, even in the virtual sense. That's why guys goon all the time. Yeah, there's your word. Go look up gooning. That's why you're gooning all the time, which means you're just like stroking it all. You're snapping your radish all the time. I'm old school. Gooning is snapping your radish to Gen Xers like me. However, I know people are, God damn it. Now don't go get Cappy, okay? 68% is a lot. It's probably more than that. That was the stats that I could find for the book, which those stats are in the book. And that kind of shut down the conversation later on in this too. However, that's not even the relevant part here. The reason is that men do not put the same investment into sexuality that women have to by nature, by evolution, by adaptation, by God, I don't care, whatever. The clear fact is that women put more emotional investment in sex. Simple. Men do not. So to say, well, yeah, sure, it works for men too. No, it doesn't. As a matter of fact, the guy that is the dude that other men want to be and other women want to bang is usually the guy who is rewarded with women's intimacy. I'm trying to be nice. The kinder, gentler Rollo, remember? So with that in mind, there are plenty of studies that will show us lots of robust research that show that men do not have that same emotional investment that women do. There's a higher investment cost. It's basic, hell, it's evolutionary biology 101. So
sexually, that's proven. I think
if you don't know what you're missing, if ignorance is bliss.
100%. So, and on top of it, and this is the part I'm probably most bummed about, and you identify as a Christian, as a follower of Jesus, somebody. I'm bummed, Rollo, that you left out all the statistics about how unlikely you are to get divorced if you are a person of faith who practices their faith. Now, I know you're going to say that's the no true Scotsman argument. It's not. If you believe in earning wealth, you're going to do certain things to practice earning wealth. If you believe the Lakers are the best basketball team, you're going to wear a jersey and go to a game occasionally. If you profess to be a Catholic or a Christian, you do things that show that, in that you go to church, you pray, you do certain things. So when we factor all of these different variables together, when we factor in, hey, if you make more than an average person, hey, if you have a great sex life, if you maybe have a prenup, if you have independent wealth, if you're a person of faith, the divorce rate plummets way, way, way off the ground, lower body count. And
okay, let's stop it right there, gentlemen. Are you ready? So that's a very specific, emphatic, bold-faced claim. So clearly there must be evidence of that. Well, let's go have a look, shall we? Okay, here we go. Where's that one? This one will do. Let's start with Pew Research. Okay. Oh, Pew Research, they're liberal progressives. Well, not when their data comes from the US Census. So let's have a look here. And where is it? I got to share my screen with y'all. Chrome tab. There we go. Okay. Damn it. Where is okay. Is that it? No, that's not it. Let's see. Bear with me, guys. Sorry. It is divorce. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Well, this is data set number 1. So let's see if you guys can see this. I might have to minimize myself a little bit here. Divorced or separated. This is per Pew Research. This is, I want to say, where is this? This is as of 2021, I believe. So let's have a look here, shall we? All right, divorced or separated adults. Religious composition of divorced or separated adults. There's lots and lots of data for this, so we can have a look here. Now people go, well, it's 2021, man, it's COVID. Christian and evangelical Protestant, which I believe is what Ruslan would subscribe to, it is 74%. Mainline Protestant is 14. Historically Black Protestant is at 9. Catholic is at 19%. Okay. So we can look at these here. We can look at Mormon's got it going, man. If you're Mormon, clearly being a Mormon, if you want to avoid divorce, Jehovah's Witness, 1%. Hey, man, they got something going, right? Of course, you have to remember, let's look at demographics and population. Okay. Most people present to be, or at least profess to be, according to the Census Bureau, Christians of some sort, evangelical Christians. Okay. Non-Christian faiths, 5%. Jewish, 1%. Muslim, 1%. Buddhists, 1%. Hindu, man, less than 1%. You got to be Hindu if you want to keep it together, man. Perhaps they know the secret. Other world religions, less than 1%. Other faiths, okay. Now, here's the real one. Unaffiliated religious nuns. That means they have no faith, or maybe they're agnostic, maybe whatever. So these are the ones who say, I'm spiritual, but not religious. I don't have a particular religion, but I do believe in God, perhaps, whatever. Unaffiliated religious nuns is at 20%. And Christian as a total is at 74%. So if we look, even if we just break it down to evangelical Protestant versus unaffiliated, we're still looking at a difference of 8%. So evangelical Protestants actually get divorced 8% more than unaffiliated religious nuns. Don't look at me, man. This is just, okay. So they break it down in here to among divorce separated adults of divorce. Okay. So they give it to you in different charts down here. But the salient point is this, and I will put these up if you would like to see them. This is you can just go find this. This is at pewresearch.org. It's religious landscape study, marital status and divorced and separated. Again, drawn from the U.S. Census Bureau. So clearly, that is a false statement. That doesn't bear again. That does not hold up. It does not hold water, Ruslan, to say that evangelical Christianity. Now, of course, you could also, even if you collected all that, it's still, in total, it's 74%. So clearly, it's not a religious thing. And again, I want you to be right. I really do. I want this to be the right way, but I got to call it like I see it, man. So again, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds in religion here, but that's the facts are what the facts are. So that is a misstatement, according to Pew Research and the U.S. Census Bureau as of 2020, I believe, is when they're pulling this from the U.S. Census data. So got that. That's number one. Okay, you asked for it. Here's the next one. Let me pull that one out and let's give you. Okay, that was pretty good. I'm gonna come back to that later. That's Pew Research. Let's have a look at the other ones here. We can talk about improved health, marriage and health, and all that good stuff here. We'll get to that in a moment. Okay, religious marriage paradox: younger marriages, less divorce. Got it. This is from. Okay, this is kind of. I hate to call this a kill shot, but this is the kill shot. Let's see. I'm not trying to shit on religion here. I'm just pointing out here's the way things work. Okay, this is because we're on this topic, I'll get to this one right now. Let's go to the IFS stuff. And that is here, and that is here. Where's IFS? Okay, here we go. Got it. All right, here we go. Got this one. Can you see this? We can. Good enough. All right. So this was this is from IFS, by the way, is was it something for family studies, international family studies, I think is what it is. All right. This is let's see, how old is this? 2021. So this is almost a year old. The new marriage norm for Americans, men and women, is to marry around the age of 30. Got that? Okay. You guys ready to wait till 30 to have sex? Young Christian men and women? Lolo Jones, you're still waiting. Almost there. Got to freeze my eggs because God hasn't provided. According to the U.S. Census, many young adults believe that marrying closer to the age of 30 reduces their risk of divorce, and indeed, there is research consistent with that belief. But we also have the evidence suggesting that religious Americans are less likely to divorce, even as they are more likely to marry younger. This paradoxical pattern raises two questions worth exploring. Is the way religious Americans form their marriages different than the way marriages are formed by their more secular peers? Do religious marriages formed by 20-somethings face different divorce odds than marriages formed by secular Americans in the same age group? Well, let's have a look, okay? Most religious marriages, by the way, are formed just as Ruslan's was. Like, you're 19, you meet the girl at church camp or something, right? All right, the rise of cohabitation and the age at marriage for U.S. women. Okay, so you can look at this, and you can look at that from 1962. What happened in 1965? Because it seems like the spike was right around 65 and really took off around 1968. Okay, this is the rise of cohabitation, not marriage. Got it? So you can see that spike right there. Can you guys see that? Yes, you guys can, I believe. Anything else? Did I miss anything? Okay, don't worry. I will get to super chats here in just a moment. Right after this. Right after this episode. The answer to the last question is complicated by the role of cohabitation in contemporary family formation. Today, more than 70% of marriages are preceded by cohabitation. As figure 1 indicates, increased cohabitation is both cause and consequence of the rise in the age of first marriage. But what most young adults do not understand or do not know is that cohabiting before marriage, especially with someone besides your future spouse, is also associated with an increased risk of divorce, as a recent Stanford study reports, and that's online library. Okay. One reason that religious marriages in America may be more stable is that religion reduces young adults' odds of cohabiting prior to marriage, even though it increases the likelihood of marrying at a relatively young age, which has its own difficulties. Accordingly, in the Institute for Family Studies research brief, we explore the relationship between religion, cohabitation, age at marriage, and divorce by looking at the data from the National Survey of Family Growth, the NSFG. Okay. Last coffee. Okay. Research religion and family. I'm not going to go through all of this. You guys can have a look at this right here if you want to. Research religion and family. To address the question addressed in this brief, we merged the data from the National Family Survey. Okay, so this is their research techniques. Does religion influence marriage and cohabitation? In the 1960s, about 5% of newlyweds cohabited before marriage. In 2010, it was more than 70%, an enormous increase. After incorporating the effects of control variables, Figure 2 shows that a typical year of life, about 5% of non-religious women and between 18 and 49 who have not yet married or cohabited will begin a cohabiting union, unless your name is Lolo Jones. That figure is near 4% for women with a Christian upbringing, near to 3% for women with a non-Christian upbringing. Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, as well as Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and others. And so Mormons, you're not Christian, and Jehovah's Witnesses, you're not officially Christian. And about 4% of religious women on the whole. In other words, after controlling for a variety of background factors, women who grew up religious are about 20% less likely to begin a cohabiting union in any given year than their non-religious peers. As a result, by age 35, about 65% of women with non-religious upbringing had cohabited at least once versus 50% of women with a religious upbringing. Not only does religion reduce the odds that young adults cohabit, it also increases the odds that they marry directly or without cohabiting first. So, I pose it to you, Ruslan and Iron Dudes, Iron Disciples, Iron Men, Mighty Men of God. Is that correlation between religious women and a lower incidence of divorce or successful marriage, right? The 50%. Is that a result of religion? Is that a result even of marriage? Or is it a result of marrying earlier and having fewer partners as a result of that? Wow. Let's have a look at Iron Rule of Tomasi number 4. Never move in with shacking up, right? Never move a woman into your living space that you don't plan on marrying between now and 6 months. Am I the hypocrite in this? Because that's right there in the book that you said you read. But I get run up the flagpole for when it comes to cohabiting and everything. Now, again, I approach that from a practical, pragmatic perspective, not a moralistic perspective. I think it's just impractical for men and women to not keep each other at arm's distance. So I get to these guys all the time saying, oh, well, we got married together because we got, I moved her in, or I moved into her place because it's just cheaper that way and we save on rent. Okay, well, that's really what that rule is about. However, effectively, it's pretty much aligning with this, pretty much aligning with what I've always said about the alpha widow dynamic. The fewer partners a woman has had in her past is beneficial to a marriage, right? That's what we say about happiness, right? Women report higher marital happiness the fewer partners that they have. I think we said 6 was like the optimal. Now, is that a result of religion, or is that a result of the choices you fucking made during your life? You are the sum total of the decisions you made. You are the product of the choices you made. Is it a religious thing? It might be. It might be. But is it the practical side of the whole thing that really leads to more to marital bliss? Right? I'll tell you, I knew that if you saw, I was smart ass in this Right. I'm like, yeah, ignorance is bliss, right? I knew it was coming before I even finished the rest of his sentence. Yeah, ignorance is bliss. That's really that's the principle behind women not being a virgin bride. She doesn't know any better. You got the biggest dick she's ever seen. She doesn't know any better. You're the best dude she's ever had sex with. You are her alpha. You are the one, man. Yeah, because you have to be. Mm-hmm. The other part of that is, of course, is now we live in a global sexual marketplace, and your blushing bride also has access to Instagram and to Facebook and to Twitter and to YouTube and God knows what else comes in the future, right? And she's living vicariously through her girlfriend. So, you still have to be pretty careful, but I'll concede the point. Yes, find a virgin. She doesn't know any better. You got the biggest dick she's ever seen. Yeah, you win. You win. You won that one. All right, let's continue.
Part Rollo that I'm like, man, this is such a caricature of marriage that I was really bummed out that you as a Christian didn't put any of this in there with the caveat. And I appreciated you putting the virgin thing in there because I thought that was fair of you. And that's the part where I go, man, if the optimal environment for our buddy Sauce is to one day get married to have kids, why would we not tell him that? Why would we keep this information from him? Why would we omit?
So I'm going to be critical of Rollo right here. And I'm going to say he wrote these books a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I feel for him in that way because...
but not as long as you completely misinterpret. As I said, that's going to cover the whole conversation.
I want to give a little context too on, because we didn't really talk about, Rollo is really cautious with marriage today. He basically says, don't get married for most men. And then like they're kind of like, they just have a very heavy vetting process for women. And then they kind of say like, really, unless you're gonna like, unless kids are there, like just don't, what does it benefit the average secular man to get married today? It's pretty much zero. There's basically zero reason to get married.
He's also bringing up the other points is like longevity, there's health, there's like all this other time that you're focusing on the important things. He says this in the future too. He's like, guys, people that get paired up when they're early in life, like say early 20s, by the time they're 30 years old, they're all like, they have savings. I mean, they have a house. They're very well established, where you have a lot of these other people. And a lot of guys like spinning plates, one of Rollo's terms, having multiple dating. What are you doing when you're sitting there texting him all these chicks and you're doing all that's time wasted from your business? That's time wasted from your plans in your life, from yourself. You're actually taking that time that you could be developing yourself, your own craft, your character, your
it's
jobs,
glamorized
your
by society.
and you're
Well, it'd be great if the old Uncle Rollo had already written a chapter about that in his ancient ass book from 1994. Oh, amazing. Maybe there is one. Oh, yeah, there is. It's called Dream Killers. I explained that in Dream Killers. Anybody who's read the book understands that essay. That was actually, I got so much shit slung at me for that too. And here we are. I said exactly those words. I said exactly what was trying to prepare men. I said women are dream killers. Not because women want to be dream killers, but because guys will kill their dreams to facilitate their relationship with that woman. That's what I said in the book that you have obviously never read. Clearly don't even know when it was published. So you are ass out when it comes to this shit right here. I got you. So that's number one. Number two is I've also done the episodes where I've said you need to focus on money, muscles, and game simultaneously. You can't just focus on one to the exception of all the others, because you will be at a deficit for the other two if all you do is focus on one. There are synergies between money, muscles, and game. So that's time you could be spending building your business and building your body and da-da-da-da. Well, okay, that's great. And you are right. You can only be a master of one. You can only serve one master, right? Clearly the Bible says you can only serve one master. Well, what is it? Well, I guess business is going to be it. The business of America is business. Okay. So again, there are synergies between money, muscles, and game. There's synergies that go on. When you benefit in one, you have a pollination, right? You have a cross effect into another one. And again, if all you ever did was just focus on one of those to the exceptions of the other, you will end up getting rolled. You will end up getting divorced. clearly, I can show you the data. Hell, we can go and look at Jeff Bezos. We can go and look at Elon Musk. We can go and look at all the guys who we praise and say, oh, these guys are the champions and gods of entrepreneurship, and look at their relationships. Not because clearly they did everything you said. Well, it's time I could have been focusing on my career. Yeah. And then you have a string of baby mamas, and you got a string of women who see you as a mark. And they're not the only ones. You could technically say Johnny Depp, right? Do I need to go on about the example? Do I have to find more celebrity examples? Because I can find plenty of non-celebrity examples. But again, it goes back to what I think it was Hafiz was saying this. You shouldn't chase women because then we'll take you away from the real important stuff like your business. Well, if that's your whole focus in life, then if only your focus was chasing chicks and being all, I gotta get the next chick. You can't spin plates. It's inefficient, because if you had more than one or two girls, if you read the book, there are 6 chapters on spinning plates. Okay. One of them says that when you are spinning plates, when plates spin themselves, then you'll know you've succeeded. It's not about like this constant effort. I also say those plates are going to fall off. And again, plates sounds very impersonal and dehumanizing. I understand that. And that's what we started with back in the day. But essentially what it is it's non-exclusive dating, which none of these guys would ever even consider. Because again, as I said, they're all interested in putting effort into one thing. They are, the mating strategy for beta males is strategic pluralism. Put all your eggs in one basket. Be a sniper. Put all your effort into one chick. And if that doesn't work out, then go on to the next. It's like monkey branching for men. Except for those monkey branches are chicks you're never going to fuck until you can go walk down the aisle with them. Until you're 30, apparently, because that's the age of first marriage in the United States. Are you ready for that, guys? No? Well, maybe the reason why religious marriages are, if they do, that they stick together is because you're not cohabiting. And the girls who are willing to get with you don't have 10 guys in their backfield. Okay, you win. But again, it's pragmatism, it's protocol, it's logistics, and it's not necessarily a religious sort of thing.
Sticking it on all these girls that most of those plates are just you're gonna let them crash to the floor. They're gonna break. It's like those, you learn to a certain point, okay, how to date, how to talk to girls, spend time on that. That's good. But don't spend time wasting time devaluing your time and yourself and your character. Because ultimately, like, having all those sexual partners shows that makes for worse marriages. It makes for more breakups. Those memories don't go away.
For women. Got it? For women. Not for men. For women. Because if that were the case, then 68% of men who are addicted to pornography would have a real tough time with that pair bonding shit. They would clearly, those guys must be divorced. They must be examples of bad Christian marriages. But are they? Because clearly we're saying that, if you're religious, in their context anyways, that those marriages stay together longer, or they are more successful. And I hate that term when we use it, when we pair that up with marriage, because we're looking at a pass or fail. We're looking at what is good and what's best practices. That's really what marriage is, best practice, right? Is it a best practice? For some guys, for other guys, it's not. But to say that, a guy with more experience, sexual experience, is in some way more prone to getting divorced, whereas it's really on the female side of it. Yeah, you're right. I can show you the stats. We talk about it all the time. Well, Rollo seems to be encouraging guys to go and fuck random women. No, that's not what plate theory is about. And if you'd read all 6 of those chapters, you would understand that the last one is called transitioning to monogamy, because there's a point to it. It's not the point isn't to rack up a notch count, as Ruslan wanted to throw out there. You're telling guys that they should go out there and get their notch count up, and that's the whole purpose of it. No, motherfucker, it's not. It's about developing experience. It's about understanding yourself. It's about understanding. So I literally say this in that series. I say it's not about fucking as many women as you possibly can. Some of them, they're just going to be women that you're entertaining. Maybe you're dating. I even put the caveat in there. I put the caveat into Iron Rule of Tomasi, number 3. And we're going to talk about that here in just a second, because when I say the sex is not worth the wait, we need to have a real discussion about that, because I constantly get that from people who want to, they think I got you, motherfucker. No, you don't. We'll get back to that. Hey, let me put this back in.
You know what I mean? You're stuck with every one of those sexual experiences. Some of them might be good. Some might be horrible. You know what I mean? You got to put up with that.
Women are stuck with them, not men. If they were, they would be stuck with those horrible virtual experiences every time they stroked off to fucking Pornhub.
Your next, that's
Even
baggage
the good
you
ones
got to
can
work
be
with.
horrible.
Yeah, that's baggage you got to work with your wife. You got to always work through that. So that doesn't go away. So those are the points.
Yeah, the baggage is this. The girl before you, she used to take it in the ass, and she was really sexually adventurous. And I'm the luckiest guy in the world. I married a slut who fucks like a prude.
Well, I had a thought that
I don't agree with.
Here's the point that struck me when I was hearing this, when I was considering the age of the book, because he's bringing up stats. I don't know how recent these stats are, the ones that Ruslan's bringing up about the... Dude,
I should just fucking skip past this, because you get nowhere with this. The age of the book is October 1st, 2013. The stats that I have in that book are one thing. The stats that he's quoting here are from the marriage chapter from my book on religion, my 4th book. There's a big fat chapter in the middle. It's called Marriage, as a matter of fact. That's where those stats are coming from. Those stats are as recent as 2019 to 2021. The book published in January of 2021. So this entire point is pointless.
Basic, the word I'm looking, the salubriousness of proper marriage, right?
Yes.
It is good for you. Men over 40 who aren't married experience extraordinarily horrible physical things, all right? From high blood pressure to diabetes to whatever he went through.
Yeah,
so
my
question
is that, let me
to Rollo would be, because most oftentimes, especially books that do include stats, they're updated. And so it's like, well, this was written 10 years ago, 20 years ago, this is 20 years ago. So
No, dude, it was written, published in 2021. And even my first book was published in 2013. Get your fucking facts straight before you come at me. Come correct or don't come at all. Simple as that, dude. You don't know what the fuck. Sorry. I'm trying to be kinder and gentle. You don't know what you're talking about. You're ignorant. You're confident in your ignorance. So when I point this out to you, I'm saying this as a favor, okay? You don't know what you're talking about. Get your facts straight before you make proclamations, declarations like that. Because, it's not just going to be me. It's one thing if I come at you. It's another thing if other people who have read my book have changed their lives, saved their lives in most cases. And they're going to say, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. If you want to come at me, come correct. Oh, Rollo needs to debate this guy. Great. Yeah, I expect you to know that the book was published in 2013. Even if you didn't read the book, at least know when it was published, the first one. And again, the stats here are not coming out of the first book. They are coming out of the 4th book, which is The Rational Male Religion. I took 3 years to compile that, put it together, and be as accurate as I possibly could. Not to have some son of a bitch come and say, oh, well, it's 30 years old. Fuck my life. Seriously, man. At the very least, do me the solid and know when they were. Because right now, I'm calling you out and I'm showing you that you are confidently ignorant in what you're saying. So anything that comes out of your mouth from henceforth sounds like you're speaking from a position of ignorance. And it's not that you're stupid. It's not that you're even like ignorant by being oblivious to it. You think you know. You're confident in that ignorance. So once again, please. I took 3 years to compile that, but I took 3. God damn it, man. I cited every damn source in the book. Let's see. I went through at least a dozen different religious guys. I talked to rabbis. I talked to, not imams, but I talked to, I did talk to imam and Abu American. right? I've talked to Sikhs who I happen to form a real good friendship with. I talked to Hindus. I talked to Buddhists. I did a lot of fucking work on that book, man. So do me the solid. At least read the book before you pop off about shit you don't know, because people will know that you don't know what you're talking about. And you're confident in rattling it off. And we live in a day and an age where people will hold your feet to the fire now. They'll see that, or if they see your show at all. And I want them to. Again, I want to like you guys. I really think it's a good, so far you're off to a good start. But at least do your homework, please. I did my homework for 3 years. I did my homework by going to, I went to synagogue. I went to a temple. I went to church. I went to, Catholic. My mom was Catholic, so it was easy. I went to mosques. I went to talk to people. I was right there doing all my work. I was taking notes and doing everything, that I was supposed to do a really comprehensive book. It's not just some red pill guy. Just pull their shit, pull that stats out of their ass. No, man, I did a lot of research. So do me the solid, please. I don't mean to belabor that, but I can't take anything you say seriously after this.
I was interested to hear like Rollo say, well, we're going to have a revision of the book that's going to include some of these updated stats, because
That'd
obviously
be cool if he did
when
that.
you're
That'd be
dealing with a
that'd be
piece of
wise
literature that's solely empirical.
Okay. Again, yes, there is going to be a second edition of the first book. It is not to update stats, because there's no stats to update really in the first book. Okay. It's the rational male. There's no empirical stats. Yeah, because when I wrote it, it was based on conversations, and it was based on essays that I had put like years prior to this. I am doing a second edition to address the fact that the point size and the font is like eight points, and I need to up it to 12 because even I can't see it now. I'm getting old, right? So that, and syntax errors and spelling errors and grammar errors. I'm going to tighten up the text a little bit so there's not so many, no flags in it. But there's nothing, in no way have I ever said that I'm going to go and like reset up the stats or anything. So again, one more thing out of your mouth that you have no idea what you're talking about.
You're getting a picture of a snapshot in time, which at that point was the 2000s. So obviously, maybe he wasn't hard enough, because now we're 20 years down the line. Things have probably augmented and gotten worse.
No, dude.
And Rollo's been sort of prophetically true on that. But some of those stats do need to be, and I wish Rollo would be like, yeah, maybe when I revise the book, we're going to include some.
Do you think I don't know that? Do you think I'm just going to rattle off all these stats from 1994? Do you think I don't? Do you think that I wouldn't that wouldn't occur to me? Come on, man, throw me a bone here.
Stuff, because he does find
shelter.
Me
pretty smart a little while ago.
Arguing with anybody, Rollo finds shelter in his stats. That's where he finds his shelter. It's like, well, you can't argue stats. You can't argue these things. These are numbers.
No, it's not stat. It's not shelter. It's what do you have to say about these? What about these dots that I'm connecting? I need to find shelter. And what? Shelter from what? From Ruslan's beliefs? From your convictions? No, they're facts. We can talk about those facts, and they are up to date. They're not from 30 years ago, bro.
I think he took it on the nose though with this. He was upfront about it. He was like, "Yeah, you're right." I think
I did.
Rollo, if you're listening, maybe it's not a bad idea. Well, I think people should update themselves. There's nothing worse than a philosopher that's stuck in a snapshot of time, and he's obviously a philosopher.
No, dude, not a philosopher. Praxeologist, maybe. He's obviously a fraud. Now, I've mentioned this before. I'll just highlight this really quickly here. Is when you're dealing with believers, the only way that guys can really contradict or can in any way address facts that are countervailing to that belief set is to turn that whole the very fact that a guy like me would deliver those facts, have a podcast, talk about this stuff, have the conversations. The very fact that I would do that means I'm an influencer, I'm a philosopher. I have an ideology that I'm trying. It's advice, right? It's influence. I'm trying to throw this. No, it's okay to do that, right? Here's the other thing: you can have conversations about concepts that you fundamentally disagree with. That doesn't mean you endorse those concepts either. I know it's hard to imagine, But when you have a guy who's very, invested in his beliefs, and clearly both these guys are, but certainly a guy on the left there, I don't even know who he is. Are they twins? They kind of look like twins. The idea is that if I can turn what he's saying into a philosophy, if I can turn what he's saying into a belief set, then I can attack it as a belief, because I got nothing else. I got no other facts. It's just opinion. No, there are opinions and there are facts. I am a factual absolutist, not a factual relativist. I'm not a moral absolutist, nor, I am a moral, relativist, I guess. That's how do I interpret it? Well, you can certainly interpret data through a moral I hope you do. I hope we do have okay, well, this seems like best practices, and those best practices are either good or evil, or they're right or wrong. That's how we parse things out. Got it. Fine. But at the very least, again, everything else from here on forward, I'm trying not to take offense to. Well, I took it on the chin. No, I didn't, because your base presumption that I have old data is incorrect, period, and full stop. In fact, it is 20 or 30 years ignorant. If you had only done the most basic level of research, you would understand that you are confident in your ignorance. And it's not about philosophy. If anything, if anyone's trying to shelter themselves, it's this idea that I don't know what I'm talking about because they're old. It's old data. Everything I just read to you right now is from 2019, 2021. And the information and the data that is very well cited, there is a full glossary, index, whatever, of sources cited in the Rational Male Religion. The most well-researched, most source cited of any of my books. So, again, whatever you come back with, let me know.
So that's what I want to see is we got to have the confidence as a philosopher to update yourself. And say, well, this stuff's
not a philosopher. I just work here, man. I just work here.
Prevalent, useful. This stuff's not. Here's how the dynamics have changed in the world.
Well, that's the whole point of the red pill movement. It's the whole Disney idea. He says Disney a lot, which is like Prince Charming. When's
the last time I said Disney? I mean, maybe I said it today, right? The Disney Pixar, right? I guess, usually when I say Disney, it's usually in reference to how we're raising our boys as defective girls, how we're raising our girls as defective boys, or who become women who are defective men. Yeah, well, I'll bring that one out. But I don't think I've referenced Disney in terms of the fairy fantasy, Prince Charming meets the Snow White or whatever. No, bad analogy, but go ahead.
The perfect queen.
I heard one of the guys in that community say Disney has caused more, what did he phrase it, like emotional pain on humanity than World War II did.
Yes. And you know why? That had nothing to do with maybe peripherally had something to do with the red pill. I tried to look that up. I'm like, who? Because I remember that too. I want to say it was Vox Day, actually, who said that originally. But it wasn't peripherally, you could associate that with intersexual dynamics. Yes. But what that quote was about how Disney has been turning kids woke for a long time. It's a female empowerment, fempowerment propaganda arm. Disney has essentially turned that. That's why they've ruined everything in Marvel and ruined Star Wars and ruined all classic Americana franchises. If we were having a different conversation, if I was talking about that and saying, you know what, the reason why we have gay Spider-Man, or we have Rey as the primary character in the Star Wars atrocities that should be just deleted. The reason why that seemed like a good idea was exactly what I believe it was Vox, was saying back then. That's why. It doesn't have anything to do. I'm not, Disney has. So, and Pixar too, because they acquired, and Marvel and Star Wars and whatever, because those are our storytellers now. Our storytellers are propaganda. It's agitprop is what it is. That's the point he was making. Not what you think I was talking about, because I apparently am a philosopher.
Yeah, that was his view.
Well, in some ways it has, dude, because they're indoctrinating children.
Yeah, because you got millions or billions of people watching these movies.
If you tell a kid that Santa Claus exists, right, and he really believes it, there will be a day where you're going to break that kid's heart and be like, Santa Claus
isn't so bad, but when you're
well,
telling
it's an
him,
example of like when you're giving somebody something to anticipate where they believe and they internalize it deeply, and then it gets crushed.
Yeah, let's be more specific on this because they're specifically talking.
No, actually, it is a very good idea to crush inefficient memes that actually could be damaging to you and damaging to society and damaging to the downstream effects. Yeah. No, it's absolutely good. And we should also be very much more judgmental than we actually are. I'll be the first one to open my mouth about that.
About, like, for instance, like Snow White or Aladdin or The Lion King or, these movies where you got the archetypical male going off, saving the damsel in distress, and then they get married, and then it's a happily ever after. You know what I mean? And then it's just like they just, they trauma.
I don't think The Lion King had any narrative like that. The examples he's throwing out there. What he's saying, when I use the term Disney, I'm using the term blue pill, like idealistic. Blue pill idealism is what it is. Disney used to be all about that. Now, if you go and watch Brave or Mulan or any of these other shows that what's the new Little Mermaid, right? Guaranteed that's Disney. You gonna argue with me about that? Because I'll bet what's funny is that they'll give me shit here, and then you probably go look at their Twitter feed, and they're talking about the black version of the Little Mermaid and how woke Disney is. Throw me a bone, help me here, man.
Bonded a little bit, and they went through a little bit of crap, but now they're just happy.
Simba went through a lot of crap.
They don't show. Well,
Simba had a.
This is getting ridiculous. Let's keep going here. This is stupid.
That 80%, but the 20% that are doing great.
That's what I was saying.
Hey,
people pay.
Oh wait, let's back it up. This is where they butcher the 80-20 rule.
So obviously, the people who make less, usually they're less educated. They probably didn't.
There's all these risks involved. And so Ruslan's saying, well, that number, that 50 to 60% divorce rate is mostly lower class people, number one.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And number two, if you start looking at like upper middle class, higher earners that are people of faith, like.
Okay. The divorce rate is actually higher amongst well-educated people because the marriage rate is higher amongst better educated people. In fact, again, I could quote Dalrock here, but marriage is for elite people, for elite human beings. If you go and you look at marriage rates for marriage rates against poverty rates, and I don't have the stats for this one right now, but you go and you look, I know Dalrock has, I've looked at these on his site before, but if you go and you look at, hell, you could probably find it in Census Bureau information. If you look at the divorce rates for people in general, it's usually college educated people who are getting divorced because college educated people tend to be the ones who get married more. Lower class, the poverty level, the working class, they don't get married. They just have baby mamas. Why is it that 42% of children are born out of wedlock? Well, because you can take that and put that against demographics and say who's doing it. What's the socioeconomic data that's on this as well? So you look at that and you say, well, looks like 42% of women are having the baby out of wedlock. Must be the man's fault, right? Divorce. We'll talk about. They're going to get into this here in just a second. I got a real humdinger for this one.
You have these different segments now that rate just plummets.
Right, and so you're marginal.
It plummets because they're not getting married. I don't know if they realize this, but you have to actually be married to get divorced. That's pretty much it. And the other thing I want to point out is we're also playing footsie with the idea of poly and alternative life, relationship styles, or the reason why we think a throuple is a thing. Now, granted, it's not the religious thing, although maybe it is. I have I got to find it. I have a story on pastors right now who are advocating for like having like 2 wives, 3 wives, like evangelical pastors, right? Now, of course, people will say first thing is, well, they're not a real, but they're
she's not a Christian.
Yeah, they're not real. Yeah, so you can there was gonna fall back on the no true Scotsman thing, but I mean, I can find you examples. Maybe they're outliers, but I can find you examples of Christian guys who are trying to promote the idea of poly. Okay. Well, I can also show you, forget her name, Reverend Natalia something Bowles. I can't remember her. She's got a hyphenated last name, right? She's the chick that put out the, melted down all the purity rings and turned them into this big giant vagina trophy that she gave to Gloria Steinem. She is technically a Presbyterian. No. Lutheran? I want to say Lutheran pastoress. Not, oh, they're hey, wait. She's not a Christian! Nope. Well, I get, see, that's the automatic out. Well, she's not for real. Okay, well, then that's not real red pill, dude. Then that's not, you don't know what you're talking about, because no real red pill guy would say those things, right? I can use the same thing, except I'm not talking about a religion. And so you got God. You can't argue with God. I put that in actually the introduction to a religion. I said that I will, because I identified that from the jump. When I decided to do the outline, I said, okay, I'm committed to this book. Let's do it. I realized that you can't argue against God. You can't. And then people say, oh, of course you can. Oh, it's God. Well, okay, but that's not what I mean. What I mean is that's always the card, the God card, maybe. You can't argue against it. Well, that's not, she's not a real Christian. She's not a real Christian. He's not a real Christian. That's not real faith. You say that about anything, man. Muslims told me the same thing. That's not real. That told me the same thing, right? But what can I go on, right? That's always the drop back. So you want to know why when people give me this shit about, oh, you're a philosopher? No, I'm not trying to be. I'm not a guru. I'm not an influencer. I'm certainly not a dating coach. I'm not a relationship expert. I don't have a 12-point plan for you to have a successful relationship. I just show you the stats, and I show you what I'll give you some suggestions. Sometimes I'll connect the dots, and I hope you guys take those and run with them. But you can't argue against God, because if you think that your religion is the one true faith and that's the only way to go, then anyone that claims to be, that takes the Lord's name in vain and claims to be a Christian, and they make a big giant vagina statue out of the melted down purity rings and give it to Gloria Steinem. Well, yeah, well, nothing you can do about that.
You need to segment that out in the data to let people know what the reality is.
It's a numbers thing, because people always pay attention to the bigger numbers, right? Mm-hmm. So when you're marginalizing circumstance, because obviously the people who make less, usually they're less educated. They probably didn't have two parents in the home. We're talking about people.
Well, that's a
who
lot
have
that goes in, but it's a Pareto distribution in essence. It's like you're going to be paying attention.
Those people don't get married. Marriage is for elite people. Look at the rates of college. Look at the college educated versus poverty stricken. More people who are like women who are college educated. In fact, they're very frustrated about it. But like the more people who are college educated tend to marry other college educated people. Lots robust research on that.
That 80%, but the 20% that are doing great.
That's what I was saying.
Hey,
people pay attention to the bigger number, right?
They do.
But that's where we get lost, because we're people who.
Yes, they pay attention to the bigger number because that's the general pool. That's the generalized truth. Well, you can't just take that. You got to look at these outliers in this anecdote. That's not how scientists do things. Number one, the exception proves the rule. That's an old ass cliche and an old saying. I hate to have to bring it up again, but we look at human beings look at generalities. That's why we have stereotypes. That's why we have, the goods and the bads of the things that we believe in, because we're very good at pattern recognition. And how do we parse those things out? Well, we wouldn't know what the purple cow would look like unless he was standing in a herd of brown cows. We're very good at picking those things out. Even when there's no pattern to pick out, we'll try to find it. So, yeah, we're looking at generalities because that's how we come to predictive frameworks. That's how we figure shit out in intersexual dynamics, mathematics, science, chemistry, biology, name it. Occam's razor, man. The simplest answer is usually the correct one, right? Is it always? No. Does the exception prove the rule? And by the way, Occam's razor, stop it with this bullshit. Occam was William of Occam was a mathematician. Well, let's turn it into another guy, another mathematician. Well, I think he was a philosopher. No, yeah, because you say so.
Read his book are not only looking for empirical data. I mean, that does help, but we're also looking for a way to interpret it, and we're looking for principle, really. And we'll come back to principle on the next topic.
I would love to do a poll. Maybe I should do a poll right now. Were you looking for principle when you read my book? Were you looking for principle? Hell, were you looking for principle when you read my 5th book? Were you looking for, or were you looking for answers? Were you looking for like, why did my wife just leave me? Am I so damn depressed? Why is it that I thought that the world worked by one set of rules, but apparently they're not, nobody's playing by these rules? Is that it? Because I can show you example after example. Hell, I got about 1,100 testimonials on an old essay. I think it was 2018. I can show you 2017. I can show you the testimonials. It's a essay I wrote called "The Red Pill and the Safety Net" or something like something safety net, and red pill awareness and the safety net. I think that was it. Anyways, the conversation on there was I was just saying, hey, look, once you have red pill awareness and you have the red pill lens on, so to speak, and you have a better understanding of intersexual dynamics, you understand your nature and women's nature, that gives you kind of a buffer. So you kind of go, you know what? I'm not expecting the same things I used to when I was sort of under my blue pill, pre-expectations. As I keep saying, the red pill is not, it doesn't exist so you will hate women. It exists so you won't hate women for what they can never be to you. That's where guys struggle. That's the point of struggle for guys. And the reason they struggle is because they can't get rid of that blue pill conditioning. They want to believe that the blue pill could actually work for them and that maybe the red pill is a way to get their blue pill fantasies fulfilled. No, because the blue pill is bullshit. Once you accept that, then you'll live a better life because you'll be living in a red pill paradigm and not a blue pill paradigm, trying to force fit red pill truths into that blue pill paradigm, which is what every one of these guys is trying to do right now. Well, he's kind of right about these things. No, you have to fundamentally reassess your understanding of the world. That's why. But these guys nobody's looking for principle. I mean, if you are, I don't know why you would be. Maybe you could apply it to principle. See, that's the problem. And again, it goes back to the believers versus empiricists in this. You're never going to be able to make a metaphysical, you can't prove a metaphysical argument with physical evidence. Neither can you prove a physical argument with the opposite way around, like vice versa. Okay. So if you have a metaphysical issue or a metaphysical thing, like if I pray enough, I'm going to get these things. And then something happens and you say, well, there's a correlation between the physical and the metaphysical, or vice versa. Like I'm going to do such and such, so I have a metaphysical. You can't answer that argument because it's metaphysical. They're in different realms, period. Now we want to believe that we can. We want to believe that there's some correlation. And that's where, faith and hope and understanding, well, great, awesome. But you're not going to resolve a metaphysical argument with physical evidence, and you're not going to resolve a physical argument with metaphysical evidence, right? How does it explain to me? The boat sinks, and everybody prayed the same amount. They all, hopefully we stay alive, and there's 20 guys on there, and 5 of them live, and 15 die. Did the 15 at the bottom of the ocean, did they not pray hard enough? Or was it just circumstances? Or was it just the luck of the draw, right? Oh, well, we lived and they didn't. That's why that's the bonehead way of understanding it. I know theologians are going to just run me up the flagpole for that, but you know what I'm saying here.
But just to close this up, I think it's really good for guys like philosophers like Rollo to update their books, because their books are powerful and it's not like they're going anywhere. They should stick around.
They are. There's 5 of them. They're all updated. They're updated way more than you think.
It would just make it a better book. Don't you agree? Just
I
make
think
it
it's
a better book.
I
already agreed with it when you said it the first time.
Is he updating it kind of just by writing the other books? Because he's got 5 of them now.
Well, I think that they're so, because it's like the Encyclopedia Britannica. You can't read one out of 1945 and understand what's going on in New Guinea.
Dude, let me just explain. I'm just gonna scrub past this because you don't want to hear what I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna scrub past this. You're wrong. Period. End of story.
words, and he was building culture. And I'm saying there's other examples of people doing that all throughout history. We could talk about modern pop music, modern rock and roll. All of that is rooted in the Black church experience.
Yeah. So, I mean, when I watch this clip, and I don't think it needs to be too long, what I wanted to point out to the audience, and he did a relatively okay job defending himself, but many times you can be faced off with somebody who they kind of take something, because it's personal for him, right? Like, he's an influencer.
Yeah, he's a musician.
He's a musician, right? So he's like, well, this is what you do, so you can't say that you're outside of culture.
Oh, let me back
fact,
here. This was actually too good not to put back in. There we go.
It's not like even if he had some prologue.
Well, it says it goes back to the tree of the knowledge
this year. You're going to give me a bunch of countercultural examples of how to do that, correct?
Countercultural?
Don't go out and party every night. Don't play video games.
Don't take on student
Don't
loan
take
debt.
out student
Don't just do
loan
that
debt.
typical 9 to 5.
All
the
of
whole
that
thing.
is countercultural.
The very fact that you're an influencer disqualifies any of that. The very fact that you're on, that you make, do you make more money as a rapper or do you make more money as an influencer right now?
Right now, as a
then you're following culture.
Okay, but
even
I'm
as a
building
rapper,
culture.
you are.
No,
too.
but I'm building culture.
Why is that?
Well, I'm saying that our idea of what it is we want to do, our passions in life, and everything is like I rail against social constructionism. I get that part of it, right? But the very fact that we're even on this show with all these cameras around us, or Patrick's over
Are
here
you saying
doing
that
this,
he'd be more counterculture if he said, I don't do social media?
If he was counterculture, he'd be in a punk band.
No. I said the things that it requires to be successful at anything is countercultural, Rollo. And so as a
No, it doesn't. I love this part here too. It's funny. As Miguel and I, because Miguel is he's watching in the green room when we're doing this. Miguel's watching this. He hit me up later on in the car later on. He goes, here's this guy talking about how he's countercultural, yet he's wearing Jordans while he's on the show. I'm like, that was the point I was making. It's like, he wants to, like, I get this, and they're going to make a bigger deal out of this than they probably should. But the idea was this, is that he's like, well, we have to push against the culture. And the next point, like, I don't think he got to this point, but the point he was trying to make is that pushing guys to get married today is countercultural. And therefore, if we're like if we're in the punk band, then we ought to be like, marriage is the new punk, right? Marriage is the new death metal. Marriage is the new, like, this is how we push back against the rage against the marriage, right? Rage against the machine. And here I am looking at him, and I'm going, dude, you are the most culturally influenced dude I have ever seen in my life. In fact, you're trying to force fit 20th century evangelical Christianity into a 21st century world. That's how embedded you are in culture. That's what I told him. I said, that's why I made that point. I said, who do you make more money as a Christian rapper, a white boy Christian rapper, or do you make more money as an influencer? And his answer was, well, you got me. Gotcha. That was, I'll tell you what's funny is that was like the first thing that came to my mind. He was just like a parent. I'm like, but you're here on this show. If you were countercultural, who's more countercultural? Roosh V. I would believe him way before I would believe this. So it's not about like, pushing against a culture. The other part of this is like, would you not want to use culture to push for a particular narrative? That's what he's trying to do anyways. Pretty much what all these guys, the Christian influencers, are trying to do all the time. Yeah. I even address this in the fourth book. It's called Christian Kosher. In fact, if I'd had more time, I probably would have drawn more attention to this. What is Christian kosher? Well, it can vary, I guess, but Christian kosher is like Christian metal, right? There's heavy metal, Slayer, right? And then there's Striper. Back in the day. Sorry, I'm an 80s kid. I have to make those comparisons. But there's other examples. Like let's see, there, like, for instance, he's wearing a shirt that says "Bless God." That's his brand. That's his merch. How much more culture do you want to get? Buy my brand. That's what I meant by Christian kosher. What it is it's the idea, and it's not just a Christian idea, because actually the Jews came up with kosher, right? It's the idea that we can take a secular thing and we can say, what? Metal, heavy metal is the devil's music, but it's not the music, it's the message. So if we change the message and we keep the groove and we keep the black blues experience or the jazz experience or the heavy metal experience or the rock experience, hell, you can't even go to a contemporary evangelical church without hearing like, influences of like Hillsong United or something, right? it's all Christian soft rock. I can remember a time where that would have been heretical in the 80s. To play that, to have a drummer and a bassist and a guitar player and solos, and it would have been just unbelievably maybe not heretical, but it was, certainly you wouldn't have heard it as much as you do now. And it's kind of, mayonnaise music as far as being a musician myself. But I get it. I mean, more people, it gets accessible, and you want to praise the Lord. And I was part of a worship team myself for a while back in Florida. I get it. That's how I know Hillsong United, by the way, just so you know. But when you're doing that kind of music, you got to remember what it's a derivative of. And so music is one thing. Personal brand, like I can remember there used to be a Christian brand of clothing called Ezekiel brand. You can also say, you could probably apply, I don't know if they say Chick-fil-A, but like their owned or Christian owned company, In-N-Out Burger, Christian owned company. So we're only going to eat there because our tribe eats there. Well, it's burgers. Well, it's okay because it's God's burgers. That's an example of Christian kosher. So what it is it's taking something out of the world, taking this popularity, this secular culture, and then slapping the Jesus fish logo on it, and then saying, well, yeah, if it's in the world, it's sinful, but we're going to take the best of this and put it into our context. We're going to slap a logo on it, and it's actually the perfect marketing opportunity because you have a closed system where, well, we can't really enjoy Dungeons and Dragons. We can't really enjoy comic books because that's sinful and the devil. But now it's okay because we can just rejigger the messaging and the narrative and say that, well, in a way, it's kind of like Bible study. That's what I mean. It's taking taking secular influences and turning them into something that you can repurpose for your religion. And by the way, this is not a new idea. I make that, again, had you read my ancient book, you would understand that I illustrated this, is that there is there's an instance in the book where I point out that if you look at the Salvation Army from back in the 1920s, what they used to do is they used to take barroom songs, like bar songs, like getting drunk songs, and they would just put like Onward Christian Soldiers or something to it, or they would put it was the same tune to like Good Time Harry's Got the Blues Again or some shit like that, like back in the the 1910s, 1920s, like Prohibition era, right? Take those songs, those drinking songs, and turn them into something that is, well, this is for the Lord now. But it's a snappy song and people remember it, and it's like an earworm. So we're going to just repurpose, put new lyrics into it. That's what I mean. That's Christian kosher. That's what I was getting at. That's what I was talking about when we're talking, well, don't you think we need to be against the culture? Yeah. You know what? I agree 100%. Start with your own damn church. Start with the fact that you're taking secular influences and then trying to Christianize them, trying to turn them into Christian kosher. I made this. I said, at some point along the way, if it hasn't happened already, there will probably be Christian porn. There will be some sort of Jesus fish, officially kosher version of, it'll be like probably couples having sex or something, like married couples. They go to church and they come home and they have sex on a Sunday or something like that. It'll be in some sort of context, but eventually something like that will happen because it's so popular that people don't want that. It's a draw to a commercial enterprise, which is the church. That's what they are. That's why I refer to them as franchises in the book. Not because we're shit on religion, but that's essentially what they are when it comes to supporting and keeping a church, a seed church going. So what do you have to do? Well, first and foremost, you got to realize one very important thing is that like religion is for women. More so now than ever before. And who is the primary demographic? Who is the primary consumer in the United States? Women. Who do you have to appeal to keep a church going? Women. What do you have to tell them? Everything that the secular world has been telling them, only you've got to rejigger it, the message, and then slap the Jesus fish logo on there and say, okay, ladies, come to our church. Because all that stuff that Gloria Steinem and the gynocentric social order is telling you about, and you can go run for Congress and all that great stuff that feminism, you're not really a feminist, but we're on Team Woman over in this church. So we're going to put a Jesus fish on the logo here, or on Team Woman, and you're going to come to the Team Woman church. That's what I was getting at in the book. But you don't get that, again, in a 30-second exchange between myself and Ruslan, because that's not what he wants to get. He wants to say, oh, well, shouldn't we be countercultural? Okay, you want to be countercultural? Start with the bitches in your church. Start with your single mommy ministries in the church. Start with Beth Moore. Start with Joy. What the hell's that other chick's name? I'm trying to think of that. Beth Moore for sure. Start with that. Start with the chicks that are already in your church. The women's ministry, which has basically turned into the hustle economy. There are conventions so women can do self-published books. They've taken essentially the hustle economy funnel marketing program, and they've delivered it to bored Christian housewives. It's no longer being a real estate agent. It's now I'm going to start a Christian woman's ministry, right? Beth Moore, Joy, what's her hell? Somebody give me that one. I forget her name. Joyce Myers. That's it. Yeah. Joyce Myers. Start with those two. Start with the chicks who are like, you know what, you want to start getting men back into church? Make it a place where guys want to go, man. Make it a place where it's like right now, the modern contemporary evangelical church is hostile towards anything conventionally masculine. Another point I made in my ancient book from 1848. Yeah, he needs to update this book. No, what you need to do is you need to check your church, because it's crumbling from the inside. I wish I could have made that point, but we never got to that, right? I didn't know what the fuck we were supposed to be talking about.
Person that's creative, I have to make countercultural decisions to be not the average.
But you have to work within.
No, you are always going to consider culture, just like your church does.
Not cultural.
I do have to do that. But let me give you an example. You mentioned something in your book about Christians jacking culture, right? And you talked about what was the Striper band and all that kind of stuff, right?
It's the Christian kosher.
Christian kosher. I like that. I like that a lot. But you made this one really example, and I think this kind of speaks to this. You reference J.R.R. Tolkien and Lord of the Rings influencing Dungeons and Dragons, and then you also reference C.S. Lewis's Chronicles of Narnia, which is to you a spinoff. J.R.R. Tolkien led C.S. Lewis to faith. J.R.R. Tolkien who's a Christian, built Lord of the Rings and led culture that then the world, Dungeons and Dragons, and non-Christians followed. So I think
yes, it's the world's fault that it's funny, but then you would think that during the satanic panic of the 1980s that I went through, go watch Stranger Things episode, the season 4 of episode. Go look at Eddie. Okay, go look at Eddie. Yeah, that was based on a real thing. It was a satanic panic. Everybody said that Dungeons and Dragons was devil worship. I could show. God, I wish I had the chick tracks that were going around at that time. I was talking with the guys in Masculine Geek about that. Oh, well, J.R.R. Tolkien, he was already a Christian. He led these guys to faith. Yeah, okay. But you know what? Christian culture at the time didn't want to have anything to do with that. They would be appalled by anything fantasy. They would be appalled. Hell, they were appalled by science fiction because it predicts a future where there is no second coming. It predicts a future, Star Trek, for example, predicts a future where there is no Messiah. The Messiah never comes. There's never a day of ascension. There's never the dominionism, right? There's never a what is that? I'm blocking the name of it right now, but there's never we're all going to get lifted up into heaven, right? There's never a point where every prophecy is fulfilled. That right there. And then of course, Dungeons and Dragons, which was influenced not only by God damn it, Jeff O. Johnson's going to kill me for this. But not only by J.R.R. Tolkien, but also by like Conan the Barbarian, and there's Jack Vance. There's a lot of other authors that influenced Gary Gygax, which is of course where Dungeons and Dragons came from. The point I made in the book wasn't about faith. It was about what was going on at the time and how it was hijacked, how Dungeons and Dragons was hijacked, and now they're cool with it. I also made the case for Marvel Comics. I also said the same thing about the Matrix movies. I also said the same thing about a lot of cultural influences that were repurposed for a Christian kosher reason. Okay, well, didn't you know that J.R.R. Tolkien led C.S. Lewis to faith? No, I didn't, but great. Thank you for telling me. That's entirely irrelevant to the point I was making in the book, and not the book he's holding in his hand, the book that I was on religion. And that's, I was making the point of Christian kosher versus a secular influence becoming Christianized because it's used to get people in the door, because whatever it is that they're doing, they have to. The point I was making is this, is that when religions, and not just, I can't just point at like Christianity, but it's easy to sort of point at them. When something is made kosher, what that means is it's a secular thing that was proscribed against. It was something that was against the religion, the doctrine, the faith. And now we take the secular influence, because if they don't get enough asses in the pews. And those are the franchises. So from that perspective, that's what I was talking about. So you've got Marvel, like for instance, if that were the case, if Dungeons and Dragons was like a Christian thing, then you would expect evangelical Christianity to have embraced wholeheartedly Dungeons and Dragons as a role-playing game. Right? How come they didn't embrace Striper? How come they didn't embrace Christian heavy metal in the back in the day? I make an example of that as well. It's not about the instance, it's about the principle. It's about the idea that you take a secular thing and you put it into a different context, and suddenly it becomes faith. The reason I said that is because I use that as an illustration for what is going on in a gynocentric social order. So you take feminism. Hell, I can show you, I can point out instances of pastors, female pastors and male pastors, who are wholeheartedly endorsing abortion right now. They want to make abortion Christian kosher. They want to say Jesus was the first feminist. Do you agree with that? Is that something that you think is correct? That's the point I was making. Damn, J.R.R. Tolkien, D&D. I was making the point I was making in all of this is that those nerds and those guys who they were the social pariahs who were summoning devils in the 80s. Now those guys are cool because they had better ideas and they made great movies that they want to be associated with now. We make their creative endeavors something that is Christian kosher, take that and use that as a marketing tool to get more asses in the seats because they're all fighting for the same piece of the pie. That's what that was about. So what do? The biggest piece of the pie is the gynocentric social order. The biggest thing, the biggest draw right now is to get women in the door. That's why there are more women in church than there have ever been in history, right? You look at missionary work, you look at, with the exception of possibly Islam, every single major religion has more women in it. Simple as that, especially Christianity. Why do you think that is? Why is it that the mainstream Protestant evangelical cult, hell, even you could even point at Catholics at this point. Why is it that those like people are falling off? Like guys don't want to go to the church. Like that's the whole reason why Iron Disciples is really even talking shit about me. And you're not really talking shit. I want to give you grief. But the only reason we're having this conversation is because they're looking around the church going, where'd all the men go? They're all in the Manosphere. They're all listening to Andrew Tate. They're all listening to Justin Waller, who's been giving me tons of money. Thank you very much. I got to get to Superchats here in just a second. But they're looking around the church and they're going, where the fuck are all the guys? Well, they're listening to Rollo. They're buying his book. They're listening to these podcasts. They're watching, they've given up. They're the nuns now. They used to be religiously invested. And the reason why is because church is for chicks, church is for women, church is for betas. It's a beta farm. It's to make more beta males. At least that's the conclusion that I came to. Again, I wish it wasn't that way. I wish there was some way to butch it up a little bit, right? I wish there was like guys Pastor Mark Driscoll. Oh, we're going to get some MMA fighters in here who can share their testimony. To what? The beta chumps that are already in the church? You've got to do something better than that. That's why I kept saying, eventually there probably will be Christian porn at some point. We've already got, endorsing, we've got pastors and pastoresses, priestesses endorsing abortion in church, like openly, because because we want to get the little ladies out to go and vote in November. Yeah. I can show you, maybe those are outliers. Maybe she's, maybe she's not a real Christian, right?
She's not a Christian.
Yeah. Beth Moore. Oh, well, I remember when I was doing the research for the 4th book. Now, I had heard of Beth Moore before, and I know Joyce Myers as well, but I hadn't heard her name in a long time until the Me Too movement, the hashtag Me Too started to become a thing. And Beth Moore started riding that during 2017, 2018 at that time. And then it was like, well, how come women can't be pastors in the church? Well, because the Bible says that women are not allowed to teach. Hell, you're not even supposed to take a head covering off in church if you're going to go strictly by what the Apostle Paul was writing about, right? Again, not a theologian. This guy, not a theologian, just reading the book. But apparently, that's offensive now, and you're not allowed to go and talk about those things. You're not supposed to do that. And so when the Me Too thing came around, the only reason I really sort of had a re-interest, I guess, in Beth Moore is because she was sort of riding that and was, making a big, like, women will find a way around that scripture, that doctrine. So you'll have guys, pastors say, well, maybe we should be able to have women, and they come, and they're not being pastors, they're not leading the church, they're teaching. They're just teaching the women. Well, it's a one degree of separation. I'm going to do a women's ministry and write my own little book, and I'm going to have a funnel marketing, and I want you to come to the next time I do a seminar or this convention or whatever else. Well, thanks, Beth. Thanks, ministry girl. The thing is like, according to doctrine, you're not supposed to really be doing that. But it's okay. We'll just we'll rewrite it. And so what my point was about the cultural thing was that eventually that culture, that secular culture, the ideals that are marketable for a church end up becoming doctrine. And I don't mean like the faith. I mean doctrine, meaning like, well, at this church, this is how we worship and this is how we do things. And we think that it's okay for women to be teachers, or we think that women are okay to be pastors. We think that women should be in the pulpit. We think that God will speak through a woman just as much as a man. Jesus was a feminist. And so it's this progressive kind of thing, progressive Christianity, right? It's this progressive thing to the point where you go, oh, well, it looks like abortion's okay. The Lord says it's all right. That's what I mean. That's the doctrine. It's not in the faith. The faith says completely the opposite. But the doctrine eventually, through 1 or 2 generations, starts to influence the faith. So, and I said, well, the truth of the Lord stands for forever. Yeah, okay. If you want to get into like absolutism, okay. But the fact of the matter is, if there's nobody who worships that way or nobody believes that, then how does that fundamentally change the faith? That's what I was talking about in all this.
You miss how much I think is driven by art creativity within modern music, within Lord of the Rings and all this sorts of things. That your example was often that, like that, like that was led by a Christian who led C.S. Lewis, and he was building culture. And I'm saying there's other examples of people doing that.
I sincerely doubt that J.R.R. Tolkien, when he was writing the Lord of the Rings, or God forbid, the Rings of Power, right? Writing his stories and writing the Silmarillion, writing all the stuff that he did, I sincerely doubt that at that time he goes, you know what? I think I'm going to write a book that's going to change the world and change the culture. I sincerely doubt he did that because it was an act of creativity that he really was invested in and had a passion for. Got it.
All throughout history, we could talk about modern pop music, modern rock and roll. All of that is rooted in the Black church experience.
Yeah. So, I mean, when I watch this clip, and I don't think it needs to be too.
All right, I'm gonna bug out of that one real quickly. Actually, let me put me back in. I got to get to these. Sorry, guys, I have to do these. Thank you, Justin, very much. Gosh, how many of these can I actually? You know what? For today's show, I'm gonna. There you go. Thank you for that one. And wait. I'm kidding. Yes, thank you, Justin Wall. I hope this is the real Justin Wally because you give me. There you go. Thank you for that. That one's fun. And here we go. Oh, it is on. Let's keep going. Wait. Oh, this is too good. Here we go. My super hat is fixed. Okay. If this isn't Justin, then I God damn it. You're blessing me with too much today, Justin. Thank you very much. Oh my God. What, Justin again? It thinks it won't let you. Hey man, Mike Sartain's coming up soon. I hope you're going to be. We're going to definitely have you down for that. For once we get the show up and running. That's going to be good. Who else do I have in here? I'm trying to catch up. There we go. Got to everything. All right, let's go back. I got to go back in time. Gentlemen, please bear with me. Mad respect for everything you do, Rollo. Would love for you to elaborate more on the body count versus alpha impact dynamic in the future. Okay. I've done that already. I have done the, here. You get one of those. I have done that show already. I did that on why body count matters. But it's like the thing about the alpha widow dynamic, or like it's not a numbers game, it's an alpha impact game. The reason why that's like related to female promiscuity is because if there's more guys in the backfield, then the odds are that she's got one or more of those guys. The likelihood is that he left the most lasting alpha impact on her, and that's the guy that's ghosts of alpha past, I guess, basically. Stupid question. That's okay. I specialize in stupid questions.
What is your major malfunction, numbnut?
Stupid question. How do we come to the divorce rate being 60% when Google says 40%? Mad respect, Rollo, skip. If it's getting in too much. Okay. Well, do you trust Google? The rates that I have seen, see the problem, I always try to make a caveat, by the way, when I talk about like, and I'm about to say, I'll bring this up here in just a second. When we talk about women initiate 70 to 80% of the divorces, 80% sounds better, right? It sounds more impactful. I don't know that that's necessarily true. It probably might be, in some cases, it might be 65%. I've seen stats also that show that 3.5% of suicide, like men kill themselves at a rate of 3.5% more than women do. I've also seen stats that show that men kill themselves at 5 times the rate of women. I mean, both of those are horrific. Got it. But 5 is like, I have seen that. I think I had that as a quotation. I think I talked about that in my second book in Preventive Medicine. But the fact that remains, it's astronomically higher than women by at least a factor of 3.5. So what I usually say is, like, when I look at numbers like that, I have to be very careful in numbers. I learned this from Josh Bernoff's book, Writing Without Bullshit. You have to be accurate in your numbers, but you can't be like, it's 3.517865912%. Right? You just round it off to 3.5, right? But then if you are quoting a number that is like really high, you better be ready to back it up. So usually when I make those quotations or I talk about stuff like that, I'll say, well, it's at least 3.5, and it could be as much as 5, depending on whose numbers you're looking at. I try to make that. So we're talking about divorce rates. Remember, divorce rates are always going to be correlated with marriage rates. If you're not getting married, logic dictates that you're probably not going to get divorced if you're not getting married in the first place. You have to be married. It's a precondition for divorce. I don't know, until women have figured out another way. I don't know how to do it, but Hex Monkey, man, here you go. Thank you for that. I used to be married, ended in divorce partially because I had a weak blue pill mindset. Okay, unlikely I want to marry again, but if I do, I'll have the right red pill mindset and behavior. Thanks, Rollo. You know what, Hex Monkey? Stay tuned. The next little segment I have is for guys who want to get remarried or who have got remarried and are not telling anybody about it. Let's see. They admit they want men censored to be stupid. Yes. Okay. What else here? I got divorced. Marriage causes divorce. See? Point. Well, I'm glad you guys are paying attention. I got divorced and lost 70% of everything. E.g. home savings, etc. I had just been boyfriend, girlfriend. I would have only lost 50% of home equity. Divorce judges are very cruel. Don't get married. All right. Glad you brought that up. I got some other ones. I got some other super chats. I'll get to those in just a second, because later on, and every guy that I talk to about marriage, the red pill understanding of marriage, who says Rollo's down on marriage. Again, I am not down on marriage. I'm down on the way that we do it now. Okay. If we have that established, we can say, well, what's a better way? Well, there has to be some sort of marriage reform. Got it. Good. And how are we going to initiate that? How's that actually going to happen? Well, unlikely in a gynocentric social order, not until men reclaim actual power, actual authority. And it's not going to be something that's just going to be given to you. Power, real authority is never given. It is taken. It is implied. It is earned, but it is also taken. You have to have the authority. You have to be the one who goes and says, you know what, this is how it's going to be. I'll explain authority. I've talked about responsibility versus authority all the time. But when we're talking about divorce, I'm going to get into those numbers, 70 to 80% of women initiating divorce. You're really going to want to hear this one too, because the stats do not hold up to the idea that it is men who are the ones who are the instigators of divorce, and that is women who are the ones who are, initiating divorce because they have no choice. Boy, are we ever going to fuck up that myth here in just a moment. However, one thing that I constantly get, I got it from Ruslan, I got it from these guys in the Iron Sheiks, Iron Disciples, is this idea that guys are averse to marriage because they're worried about losing half their shit. Okay, well, I mean, even divorce causes marriage says he lost 70% of his stuff. Okay, I've said this, and I think the best rule of thumb is to think of it in these terms. For a man today, divorce is like building a home on land you will never own. I don't know how well, I always thought that was pretty succinct. Okay, you can build a beautiful mansion, but here's the thing: is the land is always owned by her, and it can be taken out from under you anytime she wants to. And in fact, it's even worse than that. Because any future home you want to build, anything more that you do in your life is also going to have a stipulation. There's always going to be an asterisk. There's always going to be a stipend. There's always going to be residuals that are going to be paid to your former business partner in marriage. So when guys, I think particularly of a religious mind, think that it's based in fear. Like, guys are just afraid to get married. The Lord said to get married. It's not fear. It's caution for sure. And that does make a difference. But I think that it's not so much fear of losing half of their shit, because most guys don't have much in the beginning. That's why they don't get prenups. And you'll also notice that Ruslan was already aware that Adam Sosnick had a prenuptial agreement in his failed marriage. And now now Adam is against marriage and probably will never get married because has much more maneuverability and much more power and much more freedom of choice and much more sexual selectivity and much more ability to have control and power over the direction of his own life as a single individual at 40 some odd years old with the money that he makes as a high value man. Why on earth would he want to sign onto the dotted line of a unconscionable contract? And that's what I also state in the 4th book. Marriage is an unconscionable contract. What is that? That's not Rollo pulling something out of his ass. Rollo actually talked to a legal expert and talked to divorce attorneys because he was doing the research in 2018, 2019, 2020, not in 1845, and getting the data and understanding what was going on. I have also talked in the past with Dr. Helen Thomas, when she's the author of the Men on Strike. That was a great book from back in 2013, 2014, came out right when my first book came out in 2013. I remember her talking. It's not a marriage strike. It's not a men on strike. It was just simple pragmatism. It was logistics. There's no incentive. There's no incentive for men to be in church, just in the same way that there's no incentive for men to actually want to get married, because they look around and they see women who are having sex with, Chad Thundercock, They see guys who are having, they see women who don't have, who they see alpha guys. They see guys who are more paid than them. They see high value men who don't have to jump through the same hoops that those same women are going to make them jump through in order to get on that contract, in order to sign that unconscionable contract. It just doesn't make sense. Even to the laymen, even to the guys who are not, don't have to be Christian or otherwise. They look at that and they go, why would I want to sign on to a contract that, of course, rewards her? And I can give you the MRA, MGTOW, black pill, doomer side of things. We already know that. Why would you enter a business contract where she gets all the money and your investment is supposed to be 50-50, but your investment's actually more, and anything in the future you make, I got it. I know. Okay. They like to make the contract sort of like a bad business deal. It is. You're right. You win. Got it. However, it's even worse than that. We can even get worse than that. It's because it's an unconscionable contract. A legal expert told me that an unconscionable contract is one where it is the terms are so bad that anyone in their right mind would never sign to it, or the stipulations, like the conditions, like the future conditions, would be so bad that no one in their right, like give up your firstborn child, right? Like stupid ass shit like that. And so therefore unconscionable contracts really don't hold much water when we're talking about like legal, like civil suits and legal actions and stuff like that. If it is deemed, the contract is deemed an unconscionable contract, it can't really hold up in a court of law. There's a lot of wiggle room. And again, I'm not a legal expert, but that by definition, a unconscionable contract is one that no one uncoerced, without a gun to their head or drunk or whatever, would ever sign on to be. Well, of course, the comparison is that marriage has become or is becoming an unconscionable contract, because the stipulations are such that no one would sign on if they were in their right mind. I talked about that in book 4 in the marriage section of that. That was as recent as 2021, guys. So that's number one. It's not about fear. It's about incentives. What's in it for the guy? Because as I've said in the past, you want to know, like, if I'm like turning guys away from marriage, you know what? It's not by saying, marriage is bad. It's not even that. It's not even by calling it an unconscionable contract. You know what turns guys off from marriage? It's the epiphany phase. It's the idea that they're getting leftovers. It's the idea that woman only wants that guy because he's paid now and she's run out of options. She had her fun. She fucked the hot guy in the foam cannon party in Cancun. She was so crazy in her college days. And she's been run through. Every guy's going to talk about that. She's going to run through. And maybe she's got some kids in tow. And the religious set will go, you know what? That's okay. The Lord has forgiven you. And so you guys need to man up. This is Dalrock. Man up and marry those sluts. Here's the single mommy's ministry. And we should really get behind them, because the Lord wants us to do that. Well, the only reason that's popular and not stigmatized anymore is because of Christian kosher, because of Christians, like the secular idea that we should not stigmatize single mothers, that they are sinless and blameless, is out the window when you have a church culture, a Christian culture that literally, eventually, in the long term, rewards single mothers. Whereas before, prior to the sexual revolution, they were shunned. You had to take to have a baby out of wedlock was shameful. You had to either give the baby up there's no abortion, right? But so in religious circles, it wasn't supposed to be. So you either my mother-in-law referred to it as this way: you put the woman away. That's what they said. They put the girl away. And usually what that means is she went to have the baby, and then they gave it up for adoption, or the baby wasn't, and it was given to the grandparents, who then raised the child as if it was their own. And then the poor girl who got, knocked up by her boyfriend, now she can go re-enter society. That used to be it was very shameful, very stigmatized. Now it's a point of pride, and it's also a marketing tool for Christian kosher. Get them in the door. Well, they're all single mommies and they can't find, they're all Tomi Lahrens and they can't find that guy that's a high value dude. And oddly enough, they don't actually, a girl like Tomi Lahren doesn't want to get with the average Christian dude in evangelical churches right now. She wants to get with the baseball player. She wants the high value guy. She needs to build a better beta, right? Somebody who's going to put up with her bullshit. But we're going to talk here in just a moment. I'm going to get the rest of these here. I'm talking about the idea that women initiate 70 to 80% of divorces and what is really the truth behind that. What do you think about Lahren backpedaled on her all men are trash rant? I think it was the network she is with that went into damage control. What network is she with? Fox? Because she's doing her own thing right now. She's doing her own podcast right now. And I know she's in Nashville. And I know Daily Wire is in Nashville. Is she now on Daily Wire? Because I didn't get any information on that. Viking Paradigm, thank you for all you do, Rollo. Some of the guys in the FNF Discord have been calling me Rollo Jr. Thank you. Thank you very much. Viking Paradigm. Yes. Okay. Some of the female rappers on Instagram today admitted that she gained 2,000 sexual partners since she lost her virginity at the age of 12. Oh my God. So I agree with you on that part. We're still in the middle of the sexual revolution. 2,000. Oh my Lord. That's okay. God forgives you. You can just come into the used up slut ministry. Green Spuds trades, whatever. It takes so much time and energy to keep a woman entertained in an LTR. She can't reciprocate the love. No, she can, but we'll get back to that. The courts make marriage too risky. What's left that women offer besides sex that makes them worthwhile to have in your life? That is also what I'm talking about. The question of incentives. On every damn episode of Fresh and Fit, you hear the same thing. What do you bring to the table? And what do they say? I am the table. What do they say? That's what they say. What was it? Patrice O'Neill, right? What if you lost your pussy, ladies? Well, how would you, what's your value to your man? Of course, they say, oh, I'd give him blowjobs, or I give him my ass, whatever. Like, and you've reduced yourself to a series of holes. What else would you bring? What else can you do? Get back in touch. You know why that's such a hard question for women to say? Well, what do you bring to the table? Because you're asking them, what is your value added beyond your sexuality? Because your sexuality is perishable. It's going to decay. Now, it's not to say that you can't still have great sex and stay in shape and do the best that you can. Yeah, you can, if women are motivated to do that. But beyond that, let's just say your sexuality is evergreen. Okay. What is it that's value added? Because we ask the same thing. I've said this before, like when we're talking about hypergamy, you got a guy who's a 6 and you got a woman who's a 6, and women don't want to make a lateral move. They don't want to, they're always looking for the 7. They want something that's better than their earned or better than what their perceived like level of, sexual market value is, right? They're always looking for a better deal. Oh my God, does that mean Rollo says that hypergamy is a straitjacket? No, what I'm saying is the guy who's the 6 has to have value added to sort of give him a little bit boost over the other 6s. So she'll go, okay, I want to get with this guy at least until I can find a 7 or an 8 or whatever. And maybe that value added, whatever that is, it could be he's funny, he's cute, he's smart, he has potential, he makes a good chunk of change. He could make a lot of money in the future. I like his mom, I like his dog, whatever it is. Anything that's a little bit more. Like guys could very easily tell you, well, dude, red pill dude, Chad, what do you bring to the table beyond your 12-inch cock and your V taper and your 6-pack abs? What do you bring to the table? Like guys go, oh shit, I do this for a living. I'm an interesting dude. I go off and I go travel and I like this and I, all the MGTOW stuff, right? I do all this stuff. So displaying higher value or displaying value added for guys, that's a natural thing. That's money, muscles, and game. Women, it's just muscles. It's just body, just sexuality. What do you bring? What else do you bring to the table? And to presume that a woman should have to have something beyond the magical hoo-hoo, the magical pussy, is like an insult. Well, I make my own man. I don't need a man. I want a man. Blah, blah, blah. Right? Okay, but what do you bring to the table? That's the issue that Lolo Jones is having a hard time, frustrated with. That's the issue when I talked about how women in 2030, according to Morgan Stanley, are going to be single and childless by the time, in 25 to 45 range. That's why. That's why Tomi Lahren's all bent out of shape, because somebody said, you're 30 years old. What else do you got? My irritating voice, my political takes, my irritating duplicity about damn near everything. It's not femininity. So when I say, ladies, you need to get in touch with your feminine side, and you need to, submit to him, or like at least some way fundamentally unlearn the crap that you've learned. Be like Femme Sapien, right? Fundamentally unlearn all that stuff. That sounds like I'm telling them to dumb themselves down. Because to do that, to add value, to have value added to themselves, seems like dumbing themselves down. Oh my God, here we go. Thank you. Kurt Johnson, tell me if this resonates. If you act like a weakling little beta loser, your woman will rip your face off. However, if you act like a strong alpha male, 90%, 10% beta, and lead her and take control of her, she will eat out of your hand like a kitten. Where did you get that quote from, Kurt? So how do I, tell me if this resonates. Okay. It resonates in the sense that it aligns that, it's a very simplistic, dumbed down version of the 16 Commandments of Poon that Royce wrote back in 2009. Okay. And the most primary one of this is that you have to be the dominant one in the relationship. 90% alpha, 10% beta. Well, it should be that your dominant personality, your dominant character should be alpha, and for lack of a better term, right? To be dominant, to be not controlled and motivated and incentivized by emotions, to be a dude, right? And 10% beta, there's the beta bucks side of things. You could also say, oh, that's provisioning, protection, and parental investment. I would say maybe it's a little bit more than 10, but you still have to have at least that, so you can, if you're going to have children or whatever else, it's really kind of up to the individual. So, but thank you very much. Will you have them eating out of your hand? It's a nice way to put things. Hey, Rollo, my aunt is trying to set me up with her coworker. She's 32. I'm 24. Here's what you do. That's what you do. You just want that sound effect, didn't you? She's 32 and I'm 24. I don't know if it's worth dating for a few experience, or if I should stick to my preference for someone younger. Well, far be it from me to tell you not to get involved with a cougar. I have had a few in my day, but I think in today, because I'm updating everything for today, I think it would behoove you to get out. Don't. I would say it's a waste of time. Simply because you're not going to have anything. Like, as a 24-year-old and she's a 32-year-old, she's that side of the epiphany phase. Number one. Number two is like, well, you could have her and she's for recreational use only. If you met her in a club, or you met her on Tinder or whatever, I would have a different opinion. But because you met her through a friend or your mom or whoever it was, because you met her through through another party, I would say don't, because now you're also bringing in the expectations of other people, or the hopes, and now women always talk. Okay, always talk. You're never like the 32-year-old that she's trying to set you up with. She's going to tell it. She's going to talk to you. You don't need that. Just fucking do you, right? Cow. I need that sound drop. Somebody give it to me. I pay to see you walk up to them and give the Annie Hall line. You obviously know nothing of my work. Do I need to? And Hex Monkey, that funky monkey.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
Rollo, you should update his book, says a man who did not read the books. Story of my life, Hex Monkey. Story of my life. And what is this? Marriage causes divorce. Robin Williams rip. Yeah. Divorce is Latin for ripping a man's wallet out through his chest. Thank you very much. Big facts, dude. Look, Femme Sapien's still in. She's still with us. Chris Mike says, I'm from Connecticut. Oh, really? What part? Hartford? Or Stamford? Go look up the Savo brothers, who, by the way, are going to have Big Mo on their podcast I want to say it's this week, so go check that out. He's in Connecticut. He's going to be talking to those guys. That's going to be a really good interview, by the way. Because I love me some Big Mo. I hope is he in the chat today? From Connecticut, girls are the same way. From Connecticut or Miami, don't think it's just a Cali girl thing. Well, I gave you the demographic breakdown of all the chicks that go on, courtesy of Big Mo, by the way. Yeah, go check them out. What else do I got up here? I know I missed a few. My bad. There's Honey Simon. Where do you get that name? Should women be in the workforce? Depends on what workforce. Has women being in the workforce made average women miserable because they can't find men they look up to? Yes. Are we headed for collapse unless women change? Oh my gosh, get them out the workforce. I would argue. You got to remember you have to remember, like, when we're talking about the American workforce, women aren't in the industrial base. Women don't get into raw sewage. They're not constructing all these new builds out here. They don't do that. Might be administrating them. They might send men their way, but women are primary. Like, what part of the workforce are we talking about? I just saw that video, that chick who was the police officer, the female police officer, just pummeled, and somebody had to like stop their car. Actually, two guys had to stop their car to go take this dude off of this female police officer, who, by the way, was morbidly obese and should never have been on the police force. And God forbid Rollo Tomasi, Andrew Tate, or anybody else should say anything about that. But I think it kind of depends on what we're talking about. Should they just be at home barefoot? Because, of course, what will happen is they'll say, well, you think we should be home barefoot and pregnant. No, but let's be honest. Women will get into certain areas because it's a rewarding career. Adam Sosnick says he wants a wife and wanted to get married. Does he? And I want a pony. It doesn't look like it to me, because if that were the case, I think he would be taking actions to do that. Oh man, this is good. Hold on. All right. In Hebrew roots, Christian and Torah, no young women there of their own choice. It was always because of their father, their husbands, or boyfriends. Roots was like 90% male church because of accountability and responsibility. Because Christianity, Judaism, certainly Islam are all patriarchal religions. They all have, God is the Father. God is He, a resounding He with a capital H. Go read Alpha God by Dr. Hector Garcia. It's because that's what primates do. It's a religion by men for men, and that's why we refer to him He. Man up and marry those sluts. That's Dalrock. Yes, thank you for that. I'm actually going to read some Dalrock here in just a moment if I can get to it. This is actually taking a lot longer than I thought it would. Sorry, my bad. Okay, now I got back to you. You know what? You get another one. I won't let you send anymore. Why? It will let you send 500s, I think. Oh, you want one of those? There you go. You're welcome. Robin Williams, who was taken far too early from us. What books do you recommend on Frame? The Player's Handbook and Book 1. Both of those cover Frame. Read my first book and read my fifth book. Those cover Frame. From a red pill game perspective, those cover Frame the most comprehensively. Also, go to my website, go to the rationalmail.com, go to my blog and type in FRAME. There's dozens of articles about Frame. If you want to learn about Frame, especially when it comes to game and it comes to the red pill. Now, what is Frame? Frame is not a red pill Rollo Tomasiism. Frame is a sociological, psychological principle that has been sort of, let's say, not redefined, but is applied towards what we commonly think of as Frame. So go check that out. But the best, Frame I cover in book 5, and I also cover it in the very first book, because that is Rollo Tomasi's Iron Rollo Tomasi number 1. Frame is everything. You can learn that there from my ancient book. Jordan Peterson gives advice. His own spawn doesn't heed. Spawn. His own spawn. Wait, what's a good one for that?
Cheetos!
That's a my zone's fun. Yes, spawn of something. I'll tell you what's funny is like, what was I just quoting? I quoted, it was the idea that the reason why Christian marriages are supposed to be more solid is because they skip the part where of cohabitation. Okay. Anybody ever seen the, God, I'm so bad. This is going to be so bad. Anyone ever seen the interview, the talk between Michaela Peterson and Tammy Peterson? Tammy Peterson being her mom and the wife of Jordan Peterson, where she gives I should really show this. I could probably do a whole video on this, but people would say I was hating. But in that video where there's relationship between Jordan and Tammy was being sort of, sussed out, where she was talking about what she was like when she was in college. She was very open about all of this. Well, Tammy Peterson lived with another dude for like 2 years before she decided that, I guess I'll accept the third proposal of marriage from Jordan, sweet Jordan that I met at 8 years old. It would be so evil. It would be so evil to do something like that, to do like just sort of to put that into perspective. But I mean, maybe they bucked the odds, man, right? I mean, she cohabited with a guy before that she got tight with Jordan at 28. I can't remember when they got married. It all falls into place, man. It all falls into place. I hate being right all the time, but it does. Okay, now we're going to get down to some brass tacks here, because I got something for you guys that I really want. I got to get this off my chest, because this is just, it's too good not to. I could get into the marriage section of the Rational Male Religion, but I think I'm going to skip that today because I got a better thing going here. Here's some stats that I wanted to throw out there. So like, just so people don't get the idea that, he doesn't have any stats, what he's talking about. Okay. Well, let's look at a few things here. I've already looked at, let's look at the eggs here. First of all, to address our poor girl, Lolo Jones. Okay. Ovarian reserves with aging. Ladies, if you ever had a biological clock, it began ticking at 18. Okay. Then, now again, where am I drawing this from? I want to say this is a CDC. And it's copyrighted. So I'm pretty sure this is CDC data. I'm sorry, I couldn't squeeze the whole thing on there. Decreased fertility begins about 37, but you can see the sharp decline actually starts at 18. And then right around 41 is the end of fertility. All right. So Lolo Jones, you got about 2 years to save them eggs, man. You got to grab the last few in the carton there. And which is probably why she's doing this. So would it have behooved Lolo Jones to have been okay with premarital sex if she could have avoided all of this heartbreak and stabbing herself with a big needle in her stomach or her ovaries, whatever it is? Would that have been avoided had she had a different idea about things? If the memes she subscribed to were different? End of fertility, irregular cycles at 45, and then menopause really begins at 51 or thereabouts. This is on average. No eggs. Remember that meme? No eggs. Empty egg carton. That's not me being gleeful. I'm just quoting a meme. Actually, I thought that was pretty fucked up, but it's like saying little dick or balding head. All right. Shave your head, Rollo. No, this is actually a real, it's really a real ponytail. It's really my real hair. Take off your hair. Oh, you want me to? I'll tell you what I'll do. In the new studio, in Red One Studios, when I'm there next week, I will go with a half back. How's that? I won't have a hat on. I usually wear a hat. Why does Rollo wear those beanies and hats all the time? He must be balding. I'm not balding. I'm just like thin on top, right? Just a little bit thin. But I've always had very fine hair anyways. But the reason why I wear a hat is because I got this shit on here the whole time, right? I've been doing, how long, you realize how long I've been doing this? And then I wear a beanie because I wear a beanie, right? But because it looks like Brett Michaels. No, who's the guy? Who's a wrestler? Somebody said, not the Undertaker. Not Randy Savage. Don't give me that. Anyways, but if you go and if you look at where Myron's hair was before he got his hair transplants, if you look where his hair was receding or was like he was losing hair, it was this band across the head. I'm like, see, that's it. Don't give me shit anymore. Okay. So that's the egg side. Okay, here's marriage rates. These are marriage rates from in the United States from 1990 to 2020. Okay, why? What's precipitating this? This is from 90 to 2020 per 1,000. You would think. I mean, it's funny. We got a good run here from 09 to, whatever. I mean, it was relatively speaking. I mean, it was in the 7s per 1,000. There's your marriage rates. Okay, let's go on. Here's fertility rates. Have a look at this. I just pulled this one up. I thought this would be pertinent too. You go from 1850 all the way to 2019. Well, look at that. There's a little. Where's the baby boom spike? There's a little bit there. This is China, Canada, Brazil, Australia. The United States is this little dotty dot thing here. Was this one the tight dot? That's this one right up in here. Oh, you can't see it because I have it as an overlay. But I mean, it is plummeted. Now, there was the baby boom generation, which started right around 1940-ish and peaked at right around 1960. And then there's a sharp decline. Those are the fertility rates. So what was let's see, China. I want to say China was, China's the black line right there. But the big line, I think, is what, Australia? Yeah. Still. You got to remember per capita and population and everything else, but still there's that sharp decline across all countries. It's not just the United States. So what's contributing to that? Maybe hormonal birth control, because look at that. All right around 1960 jumps and then blah. Once again, let's keep going. Here's the rise in one-person households. Okay, and let's have a look here. Right around 19. Okay, so we can go all the way back to 1950s. Yeah. And here we are in 2020, and look at that. Well, I mean, technically, Sweden has the highest number of people who are one-person households. And then there is London in the UK has the next highest number of, and we're looking at, in Sweden, it's 60%. In the UK, it is 55, somewhere around there. United States is right around the, let's see, about the 30% mark, I want to say. Is it right? Manhattan. Okay, so they're doing it by they're doing it by cities. So London is on there. Manhattan in the United States, and you can see the others in there. Okay. People are living alone. Why? Because they don't have Jesus and because they don't believe in marriage anymore? Or is it just simply because they're not incentivized to get married? What is it that is preventing? What is the factor? What is the mysterious X factor that is contributing to all of these things? American households. Wait. Okay, got that. Here's American households. How American households have changed since the 1970s. Oh, look at that. Living with the spouse, only 38% now since 1970 to 2020. However, living alone is increasing 10%. Living with an unmarried partner. Now, remember what we were just talking about before. This is important. This is why I included this. Okay, living with an unmarried partner. Remember shacking up? Remember the idea that perhaps the reason why Christians are more successful with their marriages is because they don't cohabit before they get married. Living with a parent or other relatives is seeing a sharp increase, right? We've gone from 10% up to almost 30% in since 1970. Something to think about. Americans aged 25 to 34 are increasingly more increasingly more likely to live with family and less likely to live with a spouse. The data is from the U.S. Census Bureau, 1970 to 2021. Okay. Sounds pretty recent to me. 2021. Let's see. Outpacing men in college graduation. Okay. I threw this in there because one of the common misperceptions I see is people will say, Rollo, didn't you know that 60% of women it's like 60-40 skew in college enrollment? Yeah, I know that. But that's not what we need to look at. We need to look at college graduation here, which is adults 25 and older with a bachelor's degree. Adults 25 and older with a bachelor's degree. Okay. So if we're looking at this, outpacing men, here we go. 70s to 2021. There you go. And then you've also got, I forget what the skew is here for graduation versus enrollment. Okay. The graduation is where the money comes in because 4 to 8 years of college loans cost way more than not going or maybe going for a year or two and dropping out. Once again, so I think it's very important that we need to sort of parallel those things. We need those data points. Okay. Enrollment versus graduation. Oh, let's look at some more. Oh, okay. Wait. Got to back up. Okay. These are very important. One more thing I need to get to. When Ruslan and our iron guys were talking about, I'm going to remove this because I got one more to go. When we were talking about happiness, what's the optimal place for men to be when it comes to like living life? Okay. Well, men are healthier. Yeah. Well, the reason why men are healthier in marriage is because they have a wife that kicks them in the ass and tell them to go get a prostate exam. The likelihood of a guy who is paired with a woman to go and live a healthier lifestyle is not because of some magical effect of marriage itself. It's having someone who is also looking out for the other person. Okay. So could that not be attained through a family member? Could that not simply be guys saying, you know what? I need to go get a fucking prostate exam. I need to, he's talking about diabetes and living a healthier lifestyle. Well, we're going to talk about that here in just a moment. Are men happier? Was it as Mark Driscoll has said, because I know he loves Mark Driscoll, men are better. They're like semi trucks. They drive straighter when they have a full load in the back. Well, that's not true. Let me explain why. Okay, here we go. This is the happiness before and after marriage. Okay, I'll tell you where I got this from here in a second because I'm going to read you the article, but I need to show you this first. Average happiness level before and after marriage. Using Taiwan's PSFD data between panel data models, the study is investigated the relation between marriage and happiness. It did not find the selection effect, indicating that there is no statistical evidence that married people were more happier 2 or more years before getting married. After reaching a peak of happiness during the honeymoon, the happiness level declines, converges to a stable level higher than for singles in the long term. The result is that samples showed that the happiness levels were significantly higher than the baseline within 3 years of marriage. So what happens is the baseline, they're presuming a baseline of happiness. And then they're also saying, well, it peaks and then it levels off. So that's one thing when we could look at marital happiness. I want to throw that on there because the next study that I'm going to read is going to be about, is it true that single women and married men do best? Okay. And then we're going to get to why we think marriage made us healthier and why we're going wrong, why we were wrong. And then does marriage really make us healthier and happier? Okay. So let's get down to brass tacks here first. Which one do we want to do? Let's start with this one. Okay. Granted, this is NBC. Sorry, but this is from 2017, so not terribly dated. And this might be behind a paywall, but I'll put the links if you really want to. Okay, this is a Chinese guys getting married, right? Or people getting. This is a gang marriage orgy. The power of marriage to transform allegedly from forlorn single people into blissfully happy people and healthy couples is not just the stuff of fairy tales. For more than 70 years, social scientists supposedly shown that marrying improves people's wellness. Award-winning scholars and leading magazines have all proclaimed that marriage typically makes people healthier and happier. The promise is seductive. Find and marry that special someone and all your dreams will come true. Kind of sounds like Disney and Pixar that Rollo was talking about. Recently, though, new and methodologically sophisticated studies have been published that suggest something startling. Maybe we are wrong. Maybe we are wrong about the benefits of marriage. People who marry, it seems, do not become healthier when they were single and may become a shade less healthy. They do not become lastingly happier either. So does that mean that the optimal situation is not actually to be married? Let's continue. How is this possible? All right. In sickness and in health. In the July issue of the Social Science Quarterly, Dimitri Tumin, a sociologist at the Ohio State University School of Medicine, reported the results of a study of the health implications of the first marriages. More than 1,200 Americans described their general health on a 5-point scale ranging from excellent to poor, year after year, both when they were single and then after they wed. Tumin gave marriage every chance to shine. He looked separately at the results of men and women to see if their health improved after they married. He looked at short marriages, no more than 4 years, medium-length marriages, 5 to 9, and enduring marriages, 10 or more. I guess I'm having an enduring marriage. I'm going to call my marriage enduring. He grouped the married participants into 3 different birth cohorts, 1955, 1965, and 1975. No matter how he looked at it, Tumin found marriage did nothing for men's health. Among the women, the oldest study participants in the most enduring marriages described their health as a bit better after they had married. Tumin's findings follow on the heels of a 16-year study of Swiss adults that found married people experienced no fewer illnesses than when they were single. According to their reports of overall health, study participants actually became less healthy after marrying. Similarly, unromantic findings have been accumulating about the implications of marriage for happiness. A 2012 review of 18 studies of happiness, life satisfaction, and relationship satisfaction in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology showed that people who married experienced no greater well-being than when they were single. At best, they felt a bit more satisfied as newlyweds, but even this honeymoon effect declines over time. All this led Tumin to believe that marriage is not as beneficial as it once was. Maybe your grandparents were healthier after they married, but you probably won't be. It is possible, though. Sounds like we're still thinking of marriage in terms of the 20th century, or the old order way of thinking about things. Got it? Maybe your grandparents were, but you probably won't be. It's possible, though, that the benefits of marrying have been overstated all along. Social scientists often give marriage an unfair advantage when, for example, they focus on marriage that lasts and ignore the ones that end in divorce. Sounds like the flip of what I was accused of on, the Iron Giants here and Adam Sosnick, right? The one versus the ones. When social scientists were sure that people who married were healthier, they thought they knew why. People who marry, they suggested, have someone. The single people do not. Married people support each other in their good times and their bad. They monitor each other so that they eat more vegetables or resist inclinations to drink to excess. People who marry are also rewarded with considerable material advantages, including tax breaks and access to the spouse's health care plan. But if marriage comes, that's an interesting one. Yeah, they're healthier because you got health insurance. But if marriage comes with so many advantages, why don't people reliably become healthier and happier after they marry? The focus on the advantages of marriage and disadvantages of single life has left us oblivious to the equally significant flip sides, the disadvantages of marriage and the advantages of single life. Okay? We believe married people have someone and single people do not, but research has shown that single people who more often maintain their ties with friends, neighbors, siblings, and parents. In contrast, couples tend to turn inward after they marry, paying less attention to their friends and parents. Married people have the one, but single people have the ones. We think that because married people have someone, they are protected from loneliness. The single people are not. But that is another example of a misleading cultural narrative fixated on the perils of single life. It ignores the special pain of feeling lonely within a marriage. It fails to appreciate the deep fulfillment that solitude can offer with its opportunities for creativity, reflection, relaxation, rejuvenation, spirituality, and peace. Probably for women. We think of married people as having someone that seems particularly important when one of them falls ill. This too is not always true. A study, what is that? Oh, the NCBI. Okay, just so we know it's legit. Of women with breast cancer, most of whom were married, showed that support from their significant other did nothing to relieve their distress or speed of their recovery. Social scientists have told us that because married people monitor each other, they stay healthier, but single people exercise more than married people. Because they want to get laid. On average, people became fatter after they got married. For some people, marriage actually exacerbated bad habits. A study, which is by, this is an Amazon book, Behavior Genetics and Principles and Perspectives of Psychopathology. Okay. Of nearly 16,000 pairs of male twins found that marriage magnified whatever tendencies the men already had. Of course, the men, they don't want to talk about the women. I'm pretty sure women probably had it magnified too. Those inclined to smoke, for example, were even more likely to do so if they were married. A single life is a meaningful life. Here we go with meaning. Unrecognized by the stories about benefits of marrying are significant rewards of single life. In a study comparing lifelong single people to continuously married people over a 5-year period, it was the single people who experienced more personal growth. They also enjoyed more autonomy in everyday life choices and profound matters such as becoming more confident about living their own values. Okay. So I'm going to stop it right there because there's a lot to read and a lot to get into in that one. However, here we have a very well-developed, let me also explain something to you. It took me all of like 0.00786 seconds to get that return on Google. And I've got several others here too. Okay. I mean, a great one actually, it's kind of damning because I know a lot of like sort of tradcons use this quite a bit, which is the International Family Studies site. Does marriage really make us healthier and happier? November 6, 2019. Lots of stuff. Marriage might make people happier, but it's no guarantee of happiness. I think really what we need to do is, and I've got another one here. Let's see, May 31st, 2019 or 2018. Does marriage improve health? And again, similar findings. It's not that it does. Here's the thing: it's not that marriage decreases health or it increases health. It's a lifestyle choice, man. It is what it is. You're not, again, when I was on with Ruslan, it was about trying to establish what is the optimal conditions for a guy. And the idea, like the point he's trying to prove in all of this is that if guys don't get married, they're going to be sick. They're going to be alone. They're going to be dead. And they're going to commit suicide and everything else. I'll also explain this to you. Now, this is a really rough one to read. I did want to get to this. So I'm gonna read this one out right now. This is a Substack article that I just got not too long ago, and I forget the guy's name. What's his name? He's probably gonna get mad at me for reading his Substack on a YouTube thing. Greg Ellis, that's who it was. All right, so this was about the cartel of family law. Now, this was about divorce, and this is what kind of got me in all of this. Over the past 7 years, I have been required to visit the Stanley Mosque Courthouse more than 80 times. I spent weeks of my life there, perched on benches and huddled in windowless meeting rooms. Then he was a lawyer. Then there are all the late night hours spent preparing for the divorce and custody proceedings, poring over the court documents written in legalese and bloated with dark fictions, and struggling to comprehend shapeless monsters described by distracted lawyers in oblique legal speak that baffled the minds and flattened the hearts. Okay. This is more like this whole article here is Substack article. I've basically subscribed to Greg Ellis because I think he's a great writer now. But this is his take on the divorce industry. And this is almost like an updated version of Divorce Incorporated, which was that documentary I keep referring back to from 2012, Divorce Inc. Go look it up. It's on. You can find it on YouTube right now. So this is it. My experience in the family law system stoked not just anxiety and suffering, though plenty of that, but also deep curiosity. I wanted to understand the nature of this legal artifice, the one that rips 4,000 children from their parents every day, shattering families and rendering the very fabric of American society. I have since concluded that family law systems is, at the very least, in part, a product of our willingness to participate in shameful social kabuki dance that fortifies one of the most severe forms of gender bias in modern times, one rooted in the idea that women, by virtue of being women, are the fairer sex. All right, so I'm going to keep going here. Okay. You know what? I'll finish this part. As a society has rightly broached the institution of family inclusivity, the traditional role of family patriarch has been severely denigrated. The thread of virtue that fathers had woven into the tapestry of Western civilization over the generations has been quickly yanked out by radical fourth wave feminists, mindless pop culture memes, and a broken family law system. As the appreciation of fathers dwindles, remember I keep saying they're superfluous? Fatherlessness has grown to epidemic proportions that few are willing to admit. Family law is only further compounding this problem. Children who live absent their biological fathers are, on average, at least 2 to 3 times as likely to use drugs, experience abuse, or go to prison. I've done those stats before. I won't get into them. They are twice as likely to drop out of high school, and much more likely to live in poverty. They are 7 times more likely to become pregnant as teens. On the other hand, children who grow up with their biological fathers have stronger cognitive skills, better health, and more confidence. And counter the progressive narrative, progressive narrative, they have more empathy. Okay, the dominant notion of the fairer sex is a misguided interpretation of human nature, and we all know it. We need only to look at the great literature of the ages to understand that the pedestal we have erected is based on bunkum. The human condition is complex, and Breaking Bad is an equal opportunity sport. This is no exoneration of men and of our many foibles. It is undeniable. And, for example, men are more physically violent. We got that. But we have known for centuries that there are other avenues for causing fellow human beings pain. We are all aware that deep in our DNA, we are the tools. There are tools at our disposal to take another's life without so much as laying a finger on them. Okay, so he's going to talk about a little bit more about how women sort of run men up the flagpole. I'm not going to get into that, but I did want to get into the rest of this right here, because these are the things. Like, he was really kind of updating the divorce machine in this. If you want actually, you can find it here. It's Greg Ellis, GreGellis.substack.com. I'll put it in the description later on. You can find all this. I would suggest, he's a really good writer, but this is really good here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Whatever one believes, the reality that men feel the pain of family separation is perhaps most starkly illustrated by one statistic, and this is the salient point. Within the regular parameters of American life, men kill themselves almost 4 times more than women. So he's using that number. This is stunning, and it's a tragedy that's largely ignored. Even worse is the fact that fathers who have become ensnared in the divorce system kill themselves 8 times more than mothers. Let's repeat that. Even worse is the fact that fathers who have become ensnared in the divorce system kill themselves 8 times more than mothers. So for every child who loses their mother to suicide during the divorce, 8 children lose their father. This is nothing short of a national health emergency, demanding an honest accounting of the conditions driving such despair. Fueling the catastrophe is our family's family law cartel lumbering forward and compiling its list of victims. Okay, I'm going to stop it there, but I wanted to point that out. As a divorced man, you are 8 times more likely to kill yourself than a woman is as being divorced, especially if you have kids. Fathers, I should say. Divorced fathers. Got it? That's pretty bad. Like, we're already at like 3.5 times more than women, just in general, at the very least. I'm going to give you the bottom end. Okay, it could be 5, right? But 8 times more likely after a divorce if you're a father, because the likelihood is you have built a house and had children on land you didn't own. Do you think, Ruslan? Do you think, Iron Disciples? Do you think that in some way that is affecting the idea that maybe guys don't want to get involved in marriage? Maybe guys don't want to do that. Maybe that's a bad idea. Again, I'm not against marriage. I wish I want to be on your side. I want to be on my side. I want everyone to have a great marriage. Like, I would love to be able to give you the template for an awesome Christian God-based marriage. God is the third person in my marriage. I'll be the first one to admit that. Okay, great. But I am not going to sit here and be irresponsible enough to tell you that you ought to get involved in something that has the 50-50 potential of you being 8 times more likely to take your own life if you're losing your kids in the process. That is some fucked up shit. Sorry, but it is. I don't want that. And guys don't want that either. So it's not about losing half your shit. It's not about losing 70%. I guess, other guy here earlier said something like that. It's not about losing your shit. It's not about, life is risk. Yeah. 50-50 risk that you're going to get divorced. And 8 times more likely that if you do, and you've had kids, you will kill yourself, or you'll want to kill yourself. Every time someone sends me a story about some guy who offs himself, offs his kids, and offs his wife because he can't stand the idea of some other dude like railing her, taking his kids away. I'm not saying it's right, but I understand. And the stats also bear that out. So what's the optimal condition for Adam Sosnick? What's the best way? I don't know. I wish I had a better answer for you than I don't know. I wish I could say something more than that. Thank you thank you very much for that, Saralita. Saralito. Thank you. Everybody gets a hallelujah today. Do you believe not being able to provide a lifestyle women want also adds to the equation? Yes. Because, and you've probably seen me put this one out there a few times, women do not want to marry a man. They want to marry a lifestyle. That's why they want the yacht parties. That's why they want the high value man. That's why they want to lock down the guy that they are willing to share, because they don't need a man. They want a man. Well, what they need is a better lifestyle. And that guy, if they can lock him down, is a better option to get a better lifestyle. So, all right, I caught up. I was just looking back. I have not been able to look at the chat. My bad. So with that in mind, I'm also going to debunk something for you. And this will probably put a nice little bow on today's show. Okay. We always talk about the 70 to 80% of women initiate divorce. Okay. I don't know where you get the 80% number. The best I could find is 65 to 75, but I've heard Myron say 80%, and that sounds really horrible. Okay. Well, we do know this. At the very least, we know that the majority of women initiate divorce. Okay. What's the first thing that women say when Myron brings that up, or I bring that up, or anybody on planet Earth brings that up? Well, it must be the guys. They're just falling down on the job. It must be because they got it in for women. They're drunks, they're fuck ups, they're not providing, whatever. I'll usually get into a conversation about I'll get into a conversation about when women get a raise in pay, or they get a promotion at work, or they get into a higher status gig, they make more money than their husbands, and then suddenly that precipitates divorce. That is unignorable. That happens. And so what's the solution, of course, for like the Dr. Warren P. Farrell crowd or the trad crowd is, well, women need to have a better understanding of how things work in the American workforce today. And they really need to check themselves, because their man has other things that are going. He's the preordained guy from the Lord that they're supposed to be with, right? Or whatever. Change your mind. The idea is very similar to like fat shaming, or it's gonna be body fat acceptance. Right? Guys don't want to fuck fat chicks by and large. I mean, unless they're 2 a.m. and no one's ugly. But there are biological factors that make a person sexy, that make a person arousing, and that don't. Same thing happens when a guy is a provider and he's making a good chunk of change, and a woman has respect for him, and then suddenly he becomes, at least in the hindbrain, dead weight. Now, unless he looks like Jason Momoa and he lays down the good dick, there's not like, that's value added at that point. Because remember what I said about how there's a 6 and a 6, right? And now the guy who's the 6, he can put himself as a 7 because he got a really great job and he's making good money and he's funny and he's okay, he'll do, right? I'll settle for him, right? But he's boosted himself up. She's a 6, he's a 6. He gets to here, right? Now, if he loses that job and drops below, now, even though the woman says, that's okay, honey, I really love you, I'll be your support, blah, blah, blah. Okay, great. In a perfect world, in an ideal world, it's like, don't worry, baby, we'll get through this. That's one thing. Now, if the guy is here and he's a 6 and because as a result of his prestige, his status, his money, his affluence, maybe even his game a little bit, but it's just simply not, he's not a good looking dude, and he's not as good as like the 7 or 8 that 6 thinks she deserves, right? Now you take that girl and you make her a 7, or her value is, he's like right here, 6.5 because of his money, right? She goes up to a 7 because now she's got a promotion at work. Now the status is different. And now, because of the things that put that guy a little bit above the other 6s, don't exist, not necessarily because he lost his job, but because she makes more money, provisioning, protection, and parental investment. Now he's not as respectable, and the things that made him an acceptable 6, that his value added aspects, those are gone. And that's what precipitates divorce. That's when she says, and again, the clock is ticking. Yes, I saw that. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Here, you get that. That was pretty good. Good observation. Chris Rock. The clock is ticking. You're going to divorce him right away? No. I'm going to give him a chance. I even saw, what was it? I think it might have been on Fresh and Fit. Because they were like, the girls on there want to say, it's okay. We're in it together, baby. Yeah. Well, the clock is ticking. And then they even asked the girls, said, how long would it be? What's the threshold? What's the time limit that it would take for him to sort of get a better job than you, to upstage you, to be more, to increase his status and his respectability and his competence more than you? And is that even possible? Because in some cases, it might not be possible for that guy. Now, there's other ways guys can make themselves more valuable. They get to the gym and they start looking really hot. And then, of course, she's a frumpy 7 who's only a 7 because she's got a 6-figure income, and she's married to a trash collector, and who, by the way, make a lot of money. I probably shouldn't use that as an example, but he looks like Jason Momoa and he lays down the good dick, and she's never going to get that kind of dick if he leaves. So there's going to be that sort of imbalance there as well. Now, that's not what I'm talking about, though. When we talk about the majority of women who initiate divorce, what is it? What is the factor? What one would think that there's got to be some commonalities here. And this is where it's very important. And it comes back to the Ruslan Iron Disciples thing, which, by the way, I'm not going to be able to get to the rest of. But I'm going to do another show on these guys again. So what the hell is Uncle Rollo talking about? Let me explain to you exactly what I'm talking about. Now, these are the marriage statistics. I got to those. Here it is. Okay, got it. Okay. Now, track with me here, children. Okay. I'll show you the stats here. I'm just going to read this straight off here because this is actually from an upcoming post that I'm going to put on the Rational Male, my blog. Okay. So whenever we mention that 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women, we always get the same comeback, right? Well, maybe it's the men who are the problem and women are just divorcing them because they're all in bad or abusive relationships. Okay, well, maybe they're all sons of bitches, right? Or they're incompetent or they're schmucks or whatever. And she just has to get out, right? Eat, pray, love, divorce porn. How Stella got her groove back. She's got to go to Jamaica and find the right one or wherever. Sexual tourism, Senegal, where the middle-aged women from the UK go for sex tourism. That's where we're going. Well, maybe it's the men who are the problem. Okay. That always kills the debate. So occasionally I make the point that women are financially incentivized to divorce. The 10 richest women made their money via divorce, right? I've used those stats before. If you go to, I think it's Forbes or it's, I don't think it's Morgan Stanley. I think it's a Forbes list of the 10 richest women in the world. Of those women, the 10 richest women, all of them made their money through either inheritance or divorce. And the majority of them through divorce. So you take a Mackenzie Bezos, who I believe is the 5th richest woman in the world. She made $33 billion with a B, $billion off of Jeff Bezos and that divorce. And of course, Jeff Bezos is like, here you go. I'm going to make it rain. Here's $33 billion. But she is the 5th richest woman on planet Earth because as a result of divorce, not because people want to say, oh, well, she was important to Amazon back in the day. Yeah, but if she were to cash out all of her shares and all of her, you take the equity that she has into that company, it does not amount to $33 billion. Okay? Stop it. It's divorce. Own it, ladies. So, and then of course there's the inheritance side. So the women who are in charge of these Fortune 500 companies or who are making the movers and the shakers, it's either because their dad died or because their husband died and they inherited the company. It's not because they're self-made. In fact, you would probably have to go down to like the number 12 chick, maybe the number 15 chick to find a woman who actually is a self-made billionaire or millionaire. Okay. But that usually falls flat because these women are outliers, obviously the richest women in the world, right? So given the differing strategy for men and women to divorce, the timing of divorce tells us more about who's really sticking it to who, okay? Timing. That is the X factor that I have not really been considering up until now, because I went and I was like looking for all these stats. So I'm looking for these stats and I'm like, I went and I checked out some old stuff from like 2009. I checked some more recent stuff. I had to go and actually get these from the Census Bureau for the 2010 census and also the 2020 census. So I'm going to cover both of those sort of cumulatively here. However, I also looked in the UK and I looked in the United States. So let's point some things out here. Okay. So what do I mean about timing? Now, if we look at the average age of first marriage for women, it's about 30 years old, 28, 29, somewhere there. Men, 30. Okay. If you go and you look in the UK and you look in Western European countries, it's much later than that. It's almost like 34, 35, I think. And I think even in Sweden, where it's like, 60% of people are living alone, it's even higher than that. So, or it's even later than that, I should say. What'd you say? No kidding. Stephanie McMahon is now the CEO of the WWE because her father, who did all the work, Vince McMahon, had to step down. Yeah. Why? Sex scandal. Because that's what's more important than anything else is where a guy is putting his pecker. Yeah. All right. Let me keep going here. So I have to track with me here. Okay. So if you got a woman who is 29, 30, 31, that's when she's checking out of the sexual marketplace. She's done with her hoe phase. And one would think that would be about the time that women would want to get married. Obviously, we look at Tomi Lahren. We look at, Lolo Jones is, of course, the outlier here, but more and more women like Lolo are having to freeze their eggs. That's why, Fortune 500 companies are offering egg freezing as a benefit to their company. Got it. Understood. However, this track with me here. Okay. So it's the timing of the divorce that tells us more about who's really screwing who or who's working it, right? If men were the ones that were sticking it to women, meaning that it's their fault. They're the ones who are precipitating, they're dickheads, right? And so women have no choice but to divorce them. If men are sticking it to women, or for example, they want to get old enough to like have a trophy wife, right? And they go, oh, I don't want to invest in him because he's just going to, like, once he makes partner in the law firm, he's going to fuck his secretary, right? One would think that there would be ways to track that. If men are sticking it to women, we would expect that divorce rates to rise as wives entered and passed middle age. Right? We want the young, because as Tomi Lahren was saying, men want the girl who's 25 years old. They want the Tatianas. They want those hot little OnlyFans girls, right? One would think that once that rates would rise as wives entered and passed middle age. Okay. If women are the ones that are sticking it to men, meaning they are the ones incentivized to divorce, we would expect divorce rates to be the highest when the wife has the best remarriage opportunities, like 38, 39, and would drop chances to remarry as she ages. Like she wouldn't want to remarry because now she's out of the sexual marketplace, assuming she's, hit the wall up here, right? Well, would there not be, track with me, would there not be a spike in divorces 5 to 10 years after the wedding, leaving just enough time to have a kid out of diapers, right? You have one kid and now that's what's going to happen. If men and women are sticking it to each other, we'd see indications of both of those patterns. So divorce rates would drop through a woman's 30s before climbing again, starting around age 40. Lolo Jones. Or so. Does that make sense? Did that make sense to you? So divorce rates would drop through a woman's 30s, and then they would climb around age 40 because that's the remarry age. Got to get it. Got to do it. Well, I'm still hot. I got to find the guy before I'm 40. I got to find that long. I'm done being a cougar now. I got to, it's this, by the way, all of this tracks very, very well with this. Let's see, where'd I go? Tracks very, very well with the timeline from preventive medicine. So one would think that right around the epiphany phase and the transition phase where women would get married and then would spike again in what? The development phase right before the 40s, right there. Seems like that guy Rollo back in the 1800s knew what he was talking about. Where's my old data? So once again, if men and women are sticking it to each other, we'd see indications of both of these patterns. Divorce rates would drop through the woman's 30s and climb again right around age 40. Does that make sense? Okay, it does to me because I found the stats on this. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, y'all ready for this? Where's the first one? Is it this one? I think this is it. This is the divorce rate. Okay, my goodness. So here you have it. Source data from this is from England. This is from the UK. Granted, this is in 2009, but I will also show you some more current stuff. Looky there. My goodness. Look where the let's see, the 19th. Okay, by the way, each one of these lines here is from the 1960s, the 70s, the 80s, which is the yellow one, the 90s, and the 2000s. Okay, 2000s is being the black one on the top there. Okay. So in the 60s, we still see the pattern. There's a spike right around 25 to 29, and there's a drop. Those are divorces per 1,000 married couples. Divorces, okay, by age. This is by the age of the wife, okay? So the age of the wife, we've got the, let's see, 20 to 24. Now, these are the divorces, not marriage rates, divorces. Divorce at 25 to 29, divorce at 30 to 34, 35 to 39. Okay. Look at the, let's see, where's it? 1990s. In every one of these these decades, let's just say, in every one of these decades, the pattern still exists. Curiouser and curiouser. Let's go have a look at some other stuff. Okay. So here's the next data set. Divorce is the highest when the wife is young and declines when she gets older. Women are clearly taking advantage of their opportunity to divorce in large numbers, but almost no men are. Divorce has exploded in the last 30 years, but even in the 60s, the pattern is still there. Okay, and that's the data for the United States. Now for the UK. This is for the US right here. Where's the US? It's even more stark. Okay, so these are the ones who have ended their marriages, couples by date and duration of marriage. Okay, this is from Census 2009. That was this is the 2010 census stuff, and then their 2020 is almost identical to this. So let's, at least the pattern, anyways, is identical. So if we look again, this is the age or the duration, I should say, of the marriage itself. So less than a year, the first year, versus within the first 5 years, versus the 10 through 14, which I guess now is sort of like the enduring marriage, right? And years 15 to 19 and yada, yada, and so on and so on. Okay. Again, pattern is still there. So let's move on to the next data set, because I have to. You got to have this one before I go. I got that. And then last but not least, U.S. marriage rates are most common in this. U.S. marriages end most commonly in the second 5-year period. Okay. Just enough time to have kids, get them out of diapers, and discover that she isn't happy while she still has much of her youth, as much of her youth as possible, to capitalize on it in the sexual marketplace. So all this bullshit about men divorcing their wives and getting the younger model, as they all came at Allie on that when she said she was submitting to her, all of that is horseshit. Okay. Oh, the men are just going to get their own. No, they're not, because the initiation of those divorces is at least 70 to 80%. And where are they initiated? Way, way higher in the, let me put this here, much, much higher in the first 5 to 9 years. Why would that be? Because remember, average age of first marriage, 28 for women. So first 5 to 9. Is that what I said? 5 to 9. Okay. So that's going to be not even 38 by that point, right? So you've got 19. Again, these are by age cohort, or I mean decades here. So you can have a look at this. 5 to 9 years, 10 to 14. Okay. And it falls off, at the closer that woman gets towards 40. Curious. Almost as if women are incentivized to divorce after 5 to 9 years. Not the guys, the women. Here we go. Let's see, as much as possible. Okay, so all of this bullshit about men divorcing their wives to get a younger model when she gets old is nonsense. Okay, provide stats for this or shut up. Men cheat more than women do. How do you account for that in divorces initiated by women? All right, so that's the usually thing. Men usually break the contract and she files for divorce. That sounds fair to me. Yes, there are frivolous divorces, but I'd like to know what percentage of female initiative divorces are, what they are. Okay. I'm giving you the stats. Ladies, want to talk shit about the guy? Oh, it's the guy's fault. It's because they didn't live up to their expectations, right? I'm not saying that couldn't be, but the pattern's right there. And it's across the board. It's from the 1960s all the way up to where we're at right now. Okay. Okay, so I think the theme is exaggerated and overblown in the manosphere. It's an echo chamber. Okay, all this is burned to the ground in the light of this data. And this is drawn from 2010 census data. Now we can also go ahead and have a look at the 2020. The basic relationship between a woman's age at the time of marriage and her likelihood of divorcing is fairly well known. However, what's never discussed is why this is the case. The assumption is always that women who wait longer for, 28. Well, my clock is ticking. Biological clock. Now I really want to do it. Okay. The assumption is that women who wait longer are more mature, better able to pick the right guy, and more ready for marriage. But the unflattering statistics put the lie to this. A woman's likelihood of divorcing is in any given year is highly correlated to her age. Young women in the past, young women in the peak of their sexual market or marketplace agency are far more likely to divorce than older women are. Let's have a look. Here we go. Divorces per 1,000. Married women by age. So 30, 33, 31, 26, 2019, or 19, 10, 6. Okay, so you can look at the propensity. Like these are the numbers from the divorces per 1,000. Okay, this is this is 2009. I thought I had the other one for you. 15 to 24. Okay, by the way, 15 to 24 is where they start the age for marriage. 25 to 34, 35 to 44. And you can see how it goes on and on. It shouldn't, like, for me, this wasn't really shocking, but people have to see it in black and white. I know this, that one of the reasons why I did preventive medicine and I wrote out the timeline of things that you can expect from women at various stages of their maturity is because of this. I think on some level of consciousness, we understand this, okay? So this data soundly disproves the apex fallacy regarding divorce, the common belief that divorce rates are driven by men discarding older wives for younger models simply doesn't fit the data. Even when women get past menopause, the pattern exists. The AARP shows that 66% of divorces in middle age, gray divorce, were initiated by women. Checkmate. That's it. This is still a kill shot. Okay, it's a comeback. Remember this, gentlemen, if you ever get this thrown at you, okay, is a comeback for women reframing the 70 to 80% of divorces being initiated by women because it's of the men. No, if that were the case, there would be much different skew in ages. It follows a pattern because there's incentives, because marriage is fucked up. Divorce is fucked up. I wish it was better. It is the foundation of Western society. Monogamy, good socially enforced monogamy. I want it to work. It works for me. I would love for everyone to have a marriage just like mine, but I cannot endorse it. That's why. Not because it's a fucked up idea, but because the way we do it, the way we have industrialized it, the way that men are 8 times more likely to kill themselves if they have children after a divorce and they lose custody, right? Tell me how I'm supposed to endorse the unconscionable contract. Tell me. I'm a better person because of my marriage. I'm a better person because of my wife. I have a different experience because of my wife. I love her more than anything in this world. And Ned, and my daughter. I granted, got it. Good. I have a fantastic relationship, and I hope you do too. But how am I supposed to sit there and go, you know what? I know what the fucking stats are. I know what the patterns are. And you still want me to say, so Adam, the optimal way for men to live their lives is how Ruslan did his, or how I did mine, or how Andrew Tate is doing his, because apparently he's a hero to Ruslan as well. Stick to your fucking story, by the way. All these guys are like Candace Owens today was talking about how, she respects Tate, but she is, he's a misogynist, but this is just the character that she wants some of that Andrew Tate juice, just like Patrick Bet-David and everybody else does. They want some of that juice. These are guys that if they weren't as well known, hell, Andrew Tate has a bigger market share, social per capita, bigger market share than Shaquille O'Neal did, who Patrick Bet-David just did a show with. But if he didn't, you would write him off as a misogynist. If he were, when I go on the show, okay, we had Rollo on, saying the same shit, saying the same things. Okay, here's my stats. Here's how I'm showing you my work for my trigonometry project, my trigonometry problem. I got the right answer. How did you come to it? Show me your work. I'm showing you the work. Okay. One more time, remarriage statistics. And by the way, I'm gonna point a finger, just an anonymous finger here. Okay, remarriage statistics compiled by the National Center of Health Statistics show that 54% of divorced women remarry within the first 5 years. 75% of divorced women remarry within 10 years. Black women are the least likely to remarry, and white women are the most likely to remarry. Now, I ask once again, is marriage the optimal environment for Adam Sosnick? The way we do it now, is it the optimal? Is he going to live a healthier life? Clearly no. Well, I mean, is he going to, I don't know, maybe, could be, could not be. Is he statistically more likely to take his life if he has a kid and he gets divorced? Yes. Is he going to lose up to 70% of his stuff? Yes. Is he building his house on land he doesn't own? Yes. Is it an unconscionable contract? Yes. Does he have more maneuverability as a high value man inside marriage or outside marriage? You tell me. That's the red pill take on marriage. It's not the black pill doomer take. It's not the MGTOW take. It's not the MRA take. It's not the pickup artist take. That's the red pill stats right there. Here's another stat for you. Just want to throw this out there real quick. More women are freezing their eggs for later use. The reasons vary. No, the reasons vary because they haven't found the guy who they deserve, the high value guy that they all think they are entitled to. The high cost of having children, no suitable partner, there. Pandemic panic, and more. And the procedure's popularity has grown as celebrities and regular people alike share their egg freezing experiences on social media. Lolo Jones. 1,000% is the increase in the number of women in the United States who froze their eggs from 2009 to 2016. 28 is the median marriage age for women in the U.S. from, I want to say 2016. $20,000 is the high end of cost to freeze eggs in the United States. What's the likelihood that egg freezing leads to viable pregnancy? It's a question we like to answer. Okay, so that was the rest of that. Those stats were kind of damning as well. And then once you're past 40 some odd, I don't know what the statistics are for like unfreezing an egg, finding the guy, fertilizing it, and then putting it back in. And Lolo Jones is 44 giving birth. Could it happen? Yeah, she's probably got the money to do it too. Childless by their 30th birthday. This is for England and Wales. This is most currently here. Well, I should say this is up to 1990 here. Percentage of women remarrying by age 30 years and by 45 years from 1920 to 1990. Okay. So it is, what was that? That is how many people are childless by 30. Okay. That was just recently in the news. Okay, let's look at suicide once again. I hate to do this, but those who lost jobs were more likely to kill themselves in the subsequent year than those who had not lost jobs. The effect was particularly strong for men who lost jobs were 2 to 3 times more likely to have killed themselves. Does that add to the suicide rate for men? Good question. Religiosity, finally, last but not least, religiosity is associated with a more feminine intelligence profile. Many studies have found that small negative correlation between religiousness and intelligence measured by IQ tests, and many others have found that females are more religious than males. Still, their studies have demonstrated that IQ profiles of females is different from that of males. What? With females tending to be higher than males in some abilities and lower in others. Wow, sounds like men and women are different. This raises an intriguing question of whether religiousness may be correlated with a more stereotypically female intelligence profile. We tested whether this was the case, and so the sample size was 12,686. Religiousness using a proxy of regular church attendance is not only higher amongst females, but it is also associated with a female profile of abilities even amongst males. And the return is R equals 0.92. A 1 is a perfect score. Just saying that in case you don't know how to read the feedback stuff. In particular, we have found that males score much higher than females on mechanical comprehension of understandings of electronics. We argue that this is potentially consistent with the evidence that autism spectrum disorder is negatively distributed with religiosity. Autism spectrum disorder traits, and particularly the focus on systemizing at the expense of empathizing, are considerably more common in males than in females. So there you get a little zing. There's your end shot for autism on top of that. I would argue that because women prioritize emotion before reason, that is what predisposes them to be more religious, to have that religiosity. And that effect is also pronounced in men who have been conditioned to be like women, to feminize themselves. Argument. Throw it out. Am I wrong? Do you think I'm wrong? I don't think I'm wrong. I also think I got the kill shot on the divorce timing. Don't think. Checkmate, ladies. Checkmate. All right, let me get to the rest of these, and I gotta get out of here. I'm already over time. I wanted to give you something good though here. Let's see. No kidding, Stephanie McMahon. Okay, I got to you already. Okay, thank you very much. There's got to be some more in here, right? 8 times more likely to commit suicide. Keep that in mind the next time you see that sort of murder-suicide thing going on there. Men have more to lose in divorce. So is that the optimal situation? Reading an article about a study that showed women initiate divorce 67% for all married couples, but for college-educated women equals 90%. Yep. For unmarried couples, it was 50-50 as which sex initiated. For unmarried couples initiating divorce, wouldn't they have to be divorced or married to file for divorce? Let's see, Technological Chaos says, the only time that current marriage framework will change will be after mass traumatic event. The environment would be extremely low economic growth, environment where we cannot separate human capital from economic value like this area. Yeah. The meteor has to hit. We got to get the meteor. Where's the meteor? We need a meteor. All right. What else? I got a few more here. Oh, there's one. Let's see. Torsha came in and then she ducked out. Thanks for answering my question earlier. After being burned in divorce, the table women offer is no longer appealing to the table. What do you bring to the table? I don't see any options besides MGTOW. I still work on. Thanks for bringing this up. I still work on money and muscles for myself. Okay. Well, you actually don't. You do it because you want to get laid. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a feature, not a bug. Marriage causes divorce. Losing 70% on divorce is a UK thing. Oh, really? If there are kids in the United States, it depends on the state. Either way, Adam Sosnick does want to get married again. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not pointing fingers at Adam Sosnick in particular. I am not pointing fingers at anybody in the Manosphere. John Sonmez. I am just pointing out that if you knew better, and if you know if you have educated yourself on this, if you have these stats in hand, if you have this understanding as a man, as a red pill aware dude, and you're getting back into a relationship again, especially if it's your second time getting married, and especially if that woman, it's her second time getting married, and she's bringing a kid along with her, understand that there are these patterns, these odd, strange patterns here. Funny how women divorce, 5 to 9 years after the marriage. This is just, this. Here you go. I am not making a judgment call. If you've built a brand around being red pill, and don't fuck single mommies, and don't remarry, don't get married. It's the worst thing you could possibly do. If you've built a brand around that, and then you decide, you know what, I think I found the one, Rollo. And you try to pivot your brand, your personal brand, your coaching brand, your relationship dating coach brand, or your masculinity brand, and you pivot it to, now I am pro-marriage because I found the one. The only thing I can really, sort of give you is these stats right here. Have a look. Where are you in this? Where do you fit in this? Where does she fit in this? Are you the one that she's getting with before she turns 4? Are you Lolo Jones? Why not wife up Lolo Jones? Why not get with her, right? Maybe marital happiness. You'd be happy after the honeymoon effect, but once you're done, right? Right? Well, what about this? Oh, well, has she hit 37? You're not really worried about kids anymore. Here's the thing that gets me is I hear these guys will be like, they'll be all, don't get married. Don't wife up a single mom. Don't, certainly don't do it again. I've gone through the divorce machine, and I don't want anybody to. You shouldn't go through it. Like Adam Sosnick, maybe don't go through the divorce machine. It's horrible. I'm losing money, alimony, this, and I don't want to lose half my stuff. And then, of course, moralists are going to jump on board. However, if you built a brand off of that, Get out of the red pill. Get out of the manosphere. Pivot to, I don't know, multi-level marketing schemes. Pivot to something. You're hindering this. By the way, this is Lolo Jones Confessions here. I didn't sleep at all tonight. Depression is hitting me hard lately. My faith is getting checked out. I'm so tired of praying and waiting for things to change, and nothing is different. I cried out to God to show me how to get through this. This season be in this season is breaking me. Okay. Anyways, this is her. And of course, she's shooting a picture of the chandelier. Lolo, please don't off yourself. I love you, Lolo. Come to me. Come to Reno, Lolo. You can be a sister wife. You know what? Sorry, Tori. Actually, do an outreach. Tori, go get Lolo on your show. Tell her she's loved. She can join the Rollo Tomasi sex cult, or she can join the Sister Wives Club. You can be a sister wife. Sarah Davis, go get her. Go get her into the Sister Wives Club. Somebody do some outreach for Lolo. I would hate for her to live a life of loneliness and no children, no eggs. Okay. Yeah, you do. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that, Green Spuds. That's all right. So if you are the guy who has decided that you want to change your tune right now, you're not doing anybody a favor. Okay. In fact, you're not doing yourself a favor. Sometimes, sometimes it takes tough love. Sometimes it takes a kick in the ass. What are you doing? Again, this is not directed at anyone in particular, although, yes, I'm aware that John Sonmez has decided that he's going to go get remarried. He's going to have, I know he's got a kid already, but whatever. Look at this before you should, those stats are damning, but let's look at, before you do, look at this. Where is she on this? Where's your wife, your blushing bride to be? Where is she on this? Is she in the redevelopment phase? Is she the one that got out 5 to 9 years with her first marriage, and now you're the one she's getting with before 40 hits? And you're red pill, and you've been doing red pill videos for God knows how long. You've written books on it. You've done essays. You've been whatever. Is that you? Well, do us all a favor and exit the scene, because you're not doing yourself a favor. You're not doing anybody else a favor. Ruslan, all the rest of these guys. Again, I would very much love for everyone to have a great, successful marriage. Then one of the, I'll have to come back to it again, but when Iron Disciples were doing this thing, there's a part where Ruslan was all, hey man, shouldn't we be, if marriage is the optimal, program for men, then why wouldn't we be encouraging them? This is why. This entire 4.5 hours now, sorry. This is why. Here's your stats. Here's your data, all up front, all on the table. Every last thing. You need more? I'm happy to give it to you. It's all updated. It's not from 2000. Guys, it's not from 2013. It's from now. It's from here and now. Last 10 decades, or last 2 decades at least. It's all there, black and white, man. So, what are you going to do about it? How do you fix marriage? I want to fix marriage. I would very much love for there to be marriage reform, but that would require removing the gynocentric social order. And yes, you're right. Perhaps that means the meteor has to hit. I don't want the meteor to hit. Oh, enjoy the decline. Yeah. Well, what's funny about that is once you get to the bottom of the decline, it's pretty fucked up. Things don't get better once you get to the bottom of the freaking heap there and you're at the bottom of the decline, right? I'm in no way am I a proponent of that ideology. I am not a philosopher. I'm not a guru. I'm not a dating coach. I'm not a religious leader or a cult leader. I don't lead a cult. I lead an army of very educated people. So, again, if you're going to get remarried, guys, as a red pill dude, please exit the scene. If you are, if you need any further information, if you need any further data, it's not hard to find. So all this criticism of, well, Rollo only looks for stuff that confirms his biases. I'm looking at stuff that actually both confirms and conflicts with it too. The IFS studies do that pretty well. But I can still only come to one conclusion. It's like the coverture laws, right? I mean, when women could not, in the 1800s, the coverture laws prevented women from owning property and owning a business and everything else that the feminists and suffragettes like lose their shit over, right? But they could own businesses. They could own land. They could have their own money. They could do whatever the fuck they wanted to, as long as they weren't married. In marriage, the man was financially responsible for that woman, including the bad business decisions that that woman could make and therefore bankrupt the man. That's why those coverture laws existed. Women had more maneuverability and more power over the direction of their own lives in that respect if they weren't married. Now we have completely reversed that in the 21st century. Men have more control and power over their own lives outside of marriage than they do inside of marriage. So that is why Adam Sosnick is not already remarried. That's why. Because the optimal situation for Adam Sosnick, his lifestyle choice is, I have a lot of money. I'm good. I'm set. I've already taken care of I've got resources. I've got territory. I mean, he literally owns a club. He's pretty much set. Even if he stopped working with Valuetainment tomorrow, he'd still be pretty well off. Do you think he's going to get married? I hope he does. I mean, I hope he gets married. I hope get married. I hope he has gets with a woman who would be a wife and has kids. I think that's great. I think it helps. It helps society rather than hinders society. But I cannot advise him to get married. Bullshit about prenups, by the way. Ask any attorney about prenup. Go watch Divorce Incorporated, the part about prenups. Prenups do not work. Prenups are a Band-Aid. You have to be updated. Even for the richest guys, they still have to be updated constantly. And also, prenups do nothing for child support. So keep that in mind. That is the red pill take, at least the first part anyways, that I've got for you. I probably could do a second episode, but I've kind of been long-winded. I apologize to you guys. But this is the last show in this studio. I'm going to miss it. I really kind of like that. I set this up. It took me a while to set this up. I've been in here for almost, I come here. I was here for 2020. So, it was summer of 2019 is when I came in here. That's when I started all this madness. So anyways, that said, guys from Iron Disciples, if you want to talk to me, I'm happy to talk to you guys. It's Ruslan, I think, is very disingenuous. I think these guys mean well. They just don't do their homework. Please. I would be happy to talk to you. Just make sure you know what the fuck you're talking about before you hit me up. I'm good with that. You know, I think you guys, I watched both of those, by the way, and they're I don't know, what do you got, 200 views on them? I think your hearts are in the right place. I think you want to be able to talk about this stuff, and I'm good. We need to have the conversation, but at the very least, do me the courtesy of having read what I talk about or having a little bit more familiarity. It's a good topic, especially for a masculine Christian audience, and I think that those guys in particular need to hear it. They need, more than ever, masculinity is needed. Real conventional masculinity, the kind that Candace Owens and Tomi Lahren constantly complain. We need more masculinity, not less. Yeah, no, what you're talking about is masculinity to solve the problems of women. Not because men need to be men, but because men need to be men so they can fix women's problems. Fuck you. Give me an incentive to do so. And until you're willing to do that and bring something more to the table than 3 holes, that's not going to change. And until we have marriage reform, I can't endorse it. I love marriage. I think it's great. I hope my daughter has a fantastic marriage, and I hope my new son-in-law understands authority, headship, responsibility, everything that I would expect from a patriarchal, conventional marriage. Conventionally masculine and conventionally feminine marriage. I hope they have the same thing that mommy and daddy had. Please. But I cannot endorse it for guys. Can he really endorse it for my new son-in-law? He has to know what he's getting into. So do you. If, after all of this, you still say, you know what? My feelings and emotions are so strong, and my investment in this is so strong, and I love my wife and I love my girlfriend, whatever, so strongly that I'm going to put all that aside and I'm going to be the X factor. I'm going to be the one that gets away with it. I'm going to be the 50% that makes it work for more than 9 years. Then more power to you, but you have to be red pill. You have to be. Is marriage the goal? I don't know. For some people it is. Is it the optimal situation for a man? I will leave you with this. It is a lifestyle choice. It's been the optimal condition for me. I love being married. I like my wife. We went to go see a concert last night. It was fun. We're moving. We're in the middle of moving, and we still went to go see a concert just because we're fun. We like to have fun. Our marriage is fun. We like to be with each other. I watched Ruslan talking about, oh yeah, well, before we got married, we had to go to marriage counseling, and we had to go to seminars, and we had to read lots and lots of books. How many books has Rollo, has Mrs. and Mr. and Mrs. T? How many books have we read about marriage? How much effort and work on the relationship have we done? How much marriage counseling have we done? 0. So something works. So that's optimal condition. It's effortless because we really are on board with each other and we know our roles and we do it. And we're good with it. Don't you know she can take you for half of your shit anytime? Yes, I do. And you know what? She knows that too. God knows I've done enough shows about it. So, yep. There you go. All right. So that's my story. That's what I got for you today. I am going to be, there probably will be no midweek show unless I am really, because all the stuff that's in here right now, that camera and the lights and everything else, I have to break that down right now because this is the last show in this studio. So I got to break everything down. So the movers are coming tomorrow and they're going to pull this desk out of here because I ain't moving it. So we're going to be getting out of here. The new studio is Red One Studios. It will be that Red One, by the way, is the Reno studio. The other show that I am doing in Las Vegas with Mike Sartain is called Access Vegas. We will have 4 beautiful women in there on October 3rd, and myself and Mike. We're going to do a panel show. We're going to try to raise elevate the conversation a little bit. And, I don't know that we're going to have any White Claws being passed around, but that's not the kind of show we're doing. However, the reason we're doing the show, the purpose of Access Vegas is to have conversations, a dedicated show for red pill topics, not economics and just Thursdays we're going to do this. No, it is a dedicated show. It is a panel show. We'll never have more, as far as I'm concerned, we'll never have more than 4 chicks on at one time. So it's not going to be just a gaggle of girls on there. The idea is not to kick anyone off. It is to have conversations that everyone's scared shitless to have. That's what we're going to do. And I think it'll work. It's all going to be some of the most beautiful women you've ever seen. And also women who can carry a conversation. Top of that. Yes. Are they thoughts? Oh, okay. Well, look at her Instagram. Fine. Please do. Go right ahead. We're going to have some conversations. And I think you guys are going to like this. It's going to be a professional grade, real goddamn show. So that's coming up. We're going to be doing that on October 3rd is the pilot. We're going to be doing the second one will be the 21st of October. So October 8th. October 7th. Sorry, my bad. October 7th. And then again on October 21st. Those are Fridays. So having said that, no Frank Castle. Sorry. No, you don't get that out of us. I wouldn't, if we did, I wouldn't call it that. I'm not saying women might not want to walk up the show themselves, but I know he's going to kick anybody off. We're going to have a nice civil conversation with me and Mike Sartain, who I love like a brother already. We're having a great time. Also, I'm working with Miguel from Cultivate Crypto. He is actually doing his new show from Sticky Paws Studio in Vegas. So he's also doing, it's a different studio from where we're at. So he'll be there. I'll probably be on his show too. So I will, if I'm down there, I'll most definitely do dollar cost crypto when I'm there, if the topic warrants it. And so that's coming up. I'm going to be spending quite a bit more time in Vegas and sort of developing things in Vegas right now. For those of you, my Spanish friends who have been asking me for a variety or a Spanish translation, we have all 5 books translated to Spanish. So that's coming up in the very near future. Stop asking me for it. Is it coming in Turkish? As soon as Dr. Oz and I work out the translation for our Turkish for the first book, you'll be the first to know. That is also in the works, but Spanish is done. I just have to do the layout and repurpose them. Will it be read in Spanish and audible? Perhaps, maybe. We'll see how it works. That's coming up soon. The editing of book 1 is just about done. I am going to start, however, by offering the updated, the grammatically correct and type size increased version of book 1 will be offered in hardback first. So because Amazon now will let me do hardbacks. So I'm going to have a new version. I guess I'll call it an anniversary version, but it's going to be the 9-year anniversary version of The Rational Male will be offered in hardback. That's coming up. I would say probably around the holidays. I'm going to try to get it to you by like the end of November at the very least. So that's coming up. Almost done with that. Almost ready to go. So that's something to look forward to as well. New shows, developing, new studios, big changes are feet, my friends. I'm also kind of working with the Kiyosaki side of things with Gammon. I'm also working with the Cultivate Crypto side of things. So I'm working with them. Kevin Savo and Rocky Savo are also going to feature heavily in these new changes. So watch out for them. I am going to do my very best. And here's the last message. I'm doing my very best to bring my beautiful, lovely magician's assistant, Torsha, out to Vegas so that she can be my Natalia. She's going to be the web mistress. If I can make it work, if I can get her out here, if I can flute her out. So all your contributions on her channel will go towards helping me get her on the show as sort of like she's going to read the super chats. She already understands the show. She's my girl. She's my first sister wife. So I'm gonna have Tori do the super chats. I'm gonna have her, if we need her to be the web mistress or for whatever reason, get information, get stats. She'll be the one with the laptop. So I would like to have her on every one of those shows. So we're gonna work about that. What about German? German languages, that's definitely German, French, and Spanish. Spanish, German, and then French, I think, is the order that we're doing it right now, but I have it in the process. So ask me later about it. Okay. So Torsha is going to be, I'm hoping she's going to feature somewhat on the new show we're developing on Access Vegas. So maybe have her out. And then, by the way, I will be going to a Vegas Golden Knights game against the Avalanche on October 20th with one or two of our NFT holders, the Red Pill Lions. Do go get one of those. We are already believe we're above 1,000 sold right now. So once Ethereum recovers after the split, I think we'll probably see an uptick in selling. We probably will sell out by the time sales have kind of slowed because of the downturn in Ethereum. But once the split comes, we're expecting more. And then I'm trying to think of what else. By the way, I'm going to do my best to get a young man by the name of Marshall Davis Jones on for my next interview. He is a speech guy who is about presenting yourself and changing your vocal habits. I guess it kind of applies to game. He's a really good dude, a great contact I made in Las Vegas. So that's coming up as well. But the next time you see me, we will be in Red One Studios here in the secret underground bunker that I am removing and putting into actually deeper, honestly, deeper into the Nevada desert. And so there you go. I hope you guys have enjoyed today. I hope I have not stepped on too many toes. Even if I did, oh well. But guys, Iron Disciple guys, if you want to contact me, I'm all about it. So guys, I will leave you with this. This will be the last show from here. So maybe we'll just go with the full theme. Oops, wait, here's how I do this. I gotta change the goddamn audio. Yeah. preceding podcast has been a production of the Rational Male, trademark 2022, all rights reserved. Don't steal my stuff.